A Sunday afternoon in downtown Phoenix. A beautiful day with the roof open here at Chase Field. Diamondbacks baseball presented by Sanderson Ford. Yes, the sun did come up today. This is Arizona after all. And now it shines on Patrick Corbin, who faces Colorado. We are set for D-backs baseball on Fox Sports Arizona. Good afternoon from Chase Field and welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume and Bob Brenly along the way. The D-backs and the Rockies, you'll recall last year, Diamondback starting pitchers often had trouble pitching in this ballpark. People said, well, maybe they can't pitch there, Bob. Well, that's not been the case this year. It's been a very different story. And Patrick Corbin, a good example of why.
Yeah, in his 3 starts here at Chase, he's 2-1 with an ERA of 2.12. Over the course of his career, his ERA is a full run lower here at Chase Field. So sometimes it's a little bit of a head scratcher, but Patrick Corbin seems to enjoy pitching here at Chase, especially in front of the offense that he usually pitches in front of.
He's up against Rockies rookie Airman Marquez today. Ian Desmond signed to a big free agent contract in the offseason. Had a hand injury in spring training today. He is in left field making his Rockies debut.
And this guy's a 2-time All-Star, won 4 Silver Slugger awards. As a shortstop, they signed him to play first base. He's in left field today, where he's had a little bit of experience last year with Texas. This guy's hit 20 or more home runs for the last 5 seasons. The one year he missed, he had 19. Those numbers figure to go up at Coors Field.
Big crowd here today. The roof is open. A gorgeous sunny Sunday here in Arizona. Diamondbacks baseball coming up next on Fox Sports Arizona. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Gila River Casinos. Experience winning like you've never imagined at the Gila River Casinos, Lone Butte, Bequiva, and Wild Horse Pass. By Chaz Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. By Oregano's. Step up to the plate for a guaranteed home run at Oregano's, your neighborhood pizza joint. Location statewide. And by CenturyLink, connecting you to the power of the digital world. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. By Jack in the Box and the Jumbo Jack, a home run for your mouth. By Gigablast Internet from Cox. Welcome to the gig life. And by State Farm. State Farm is here to help life go right. Talk to an agent today or call 1-800-STATE-FARM.
Oh, just a beautiful day here. The roof is open. The series finale, the Diamondbacks and the Colorado Rockies. And here is the voice of Chase Field, Mr. Chuck Drago.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and please remove your hats. Please direct your attention to the field as we honor the United States of America and pay tribute to our veterans, active duty, and retired men and women of our armed services. The Arizona Diamondbacks and the Colorado Rockies invite you to join in the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner, performed by the Kyrene del Milenio Elementary School Choir, which is part of the Kyrene School District music program.
Arizona, the roof at Chase Field is open. We are set for the series finale. The D-backs and the Rockies. And here is the starting lineup for Colorado, brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers.
Charlie Blackmon leading it off again out in center field. DJ LeMahieu at second base. Nolan Arenado down at third. Carlos Gonzalez will be in right field. Mark Reynolds, the former D-back, at first base. Ian Desmond, his first start of the year, in left field. Trevor Story at shortstop. Dustin Garneau doing the catching for right-hander Germán Marquez.
Your Ram Truck starting pitcher for the D-backs, the left-hander Patrick Corbin, looking for his third win to go along with that 2.79 ERA. And we are underway as Charlie Blackmon leads it off, and there's strike one. Blackmon, a dangerous leadoff man, 307 and 7 home runs. He's already got 1 leadoff homer this year. He hit 10 last year. Corbin ahead 0-2. Slider there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the various players battle the sunshine here at Chase Field today. Roof wide open, bright sunshine coming in. You see Charlie Blackmon's got the reflecto shades on up there.
Not a cloud in the sky overhead. Came in with a fastball and missed. It's 1-2. What a day to be at the ballpark.
You say that every day.
Well, it's always a good day to be at the ballpark, but today especially, we're spoiled. Every chance we get to open up the roof.
Absolutely.
This is lifted in the air. Left field. Daniel Descalso's out there. And that's the first out. Our eye on defense for the D-backs, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Yeah, with the off day tomorrow, a little bit of a different look for the Diamondbacks. Daniel Descalso in left, Jeremy Hazelbaker in center, David Peralta over in right field. It'll be Lamb and Ahmed on the left side of the infield, Drury and Goldschmidt on the right side. Chris Iannetta doing the catching for lefty Patrick Corbin.
The second baseman is DJ LeMahieu. LeMahieu singled, doubled, and walked last night. He drove in a run. Patrick gets ahead 0-1. Last year's National League batting champion this year, hitting .278 with 1 home run. Time now, BB, for your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game.
Stop the top. Charlie Blackmon hitting .389 lifetime with a homer against Patrick Corbin. The man at the plate, DJ LeMahieu, .370 with 2 home runs. Got to keep those guys off base.
Patrick, as we mentioned in the top of the show, has been very good at home this year. In 3 starts at Chase Field, he's given up a total of only 4 earned runs. Lays off a fastball up and away, and it's 3-1. LeMahieu last season, career highs in hits, runs scored, doubles, triples, homers, RBIs. Won his first batting title. Second in the league at on-base percentage behind only Joey Votto.
Single double walk in the ball game last night for LeMahieu. In his first at bat, you may recall, he hit that line drive right back to Zach Greinke on the mound. So he was hitting the ball hard last night.
Dangerous Nolan Arenado will be next. LeMahieu, a guy one scout said he used to go up to the plate and just kind of slap at the ball, but now he's much more selective. Looks for a pitch he can drive. And when he gets that pitch, he's pretty aggressive. But Patrick Corbin goes to the fastball and gets his first strikeout.
Third baseman,
Great location down there, knee high, right near the outside corner for the swinging strike 3. Boy, location is everything for Patrick with that sinker. If he can keep that ball down, get the ground balls when he needs them, and the depth on his slider, the ability to get that slider going down as well as across.
Nolan Arenado. First pitch fastball for a strike. 312 and 7 homers. Arenado 2 hits in the series, both doubles. He's also walked twice. He comes into today's game with an 8-game hitting streak. And he has just crushed left-hand pitching this year. Hitting over 500 versus lefties. His numbers over the 8-game streak. Big cut at that one. There's the Corbin slider. It's 1-2. Two strikeouts in the inning. Stop the top. You said it. Diamondbacks coming up. Off against your Ram truck starter for the Rockies, German Marquez, a rookie right-hander. He's only 22 years old. Just his second appearance this year. He started last Tuesday against Washington at Coors Field and had a rough time of it. Gave up 8 earned runs on 9 hits in only 4 innings.
Very cold, windy, wet day at Coors Field, and those Nationals were raking at the time. German Marquez got banged around pretty good. 85 pitches in 4 innings of work.
Day off for A.J. Pollock, Yasmani Tomas, Chris Owings. Different look to the lineup today, as Bob mentioned, and Hazelbaker in center field leads it off. 333 and 4 knocked in. Jeremy's 4th start this season, all in center. 3 for 10 mark so far as a starter for the Diamondbacks.
I really shouldn't have been surprised with the lineup changes today for the Diamondbacks. Torey Lovullo has been very proactive in finding off days in the schedule. Tomorrow's the travel day for the, or rather tonight's the travel night, but tomorrow's an off day in Washington, D.C. Night game last night, day game today, off day tomorrow, and then a night game on Tuesday. Try to maximize that off time.
Yasmani protected from the sun. 3-1 to Hazelbaker. Fouled off. Road trip is a 6-gamer. They fly to D.C. after the game today. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at Nats Park, and then next weekend we're at Colorado against these Rockies. Nick Ahmed in there at shortstop today. 3-2 to Jeremy Hazelbaker. In the air, center field. Blackman coming in. One away. Your lineup for Torey Lovullo's Diamondbacks, brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers.
We've seen Jeremy Hazelbaker, the center fielder, lead it off, flying out to center field. David Peralta making his way to the plate. He'll be out in right field. Goldie at first base. Jake Lamb over at third. Brandon Drury at second base. Daniel Descalso getting the start in left field with Chris Iannetta behind the plate. Nick Ahmed at shortstop, and Patrick Corbin, the lefty, on the mound.
David Peralta. Curveball in there for a strike. David singled as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning last night, but was left at second base as the potential tying run. Batting .333 with 3 home runs. Hard fastball up. It's 1-2. Peralta very patient up there lately, especially with 2 strikes. He'll rarely chase a pitch out of the zone in a 2-strike count. And he's worked it back even, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, the arsenal for Marquez today. You'll see a fastball. Occasionally he'll try to sink it. Occasionally he gets some accidental cutting action on that fastball. Throws a spiked curve and a straight changeup.
Right to Trevor Story at shortstop. 2 down. Let's take a look at the Rockies defensively, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Ian Desmond getting his first start of the year, first game for the Colorado Rockies, out in left field. Charlie Blackmon in center. Carlos Gonzalez in right field. Arenado, Story, LeMahieu, and Reynolds third to first across the infield, with Dustin Garneau behind the plate for German Marquez.
Paul Goldschmidt. Fastball at 97 is in there. It's 0-1. Goldie 310 and 4 homers. Walked twice and scored a run last night. Goldie leading the major leagues in walks. He's seeing a lot of pitches lately. Trevor Story won't get it. It's under the glove, and Goldie's aboard a 2-out single.
Pitch from Marquez, just caught a little bit too much plate. Goldie, a hard grounder back up the middle of the field, just out of the reach of Trevor Story. Diamondbacks have been hyper aggressive when they get the right guys on base.
Well, here's Jake Lamb. 292 and 5 homers. He leads the Diamondbacks with 21 runs batted in. Hit a home run in the 5th inning last night that went 481 feet, the longest homer in the major leagues this year. First pitch swing and it's fouled off.
Talk about the Diamondbacks running game. Paul Goldschmidt has a streak of 25 successful stolen bases in a row.
This was Lamb last night.
Ooh.
Over the concourse in right center on the fly. 481. Almost hit the Fox Sports Arizona set out there.
Oh no.
Don't see too many hit up there. Fouls off another fastball. Jake said about that home run, the remarkable thing was he's been really sick lately with the flu and allergies. He was actually sent home from the ballpark on Friday against the Rockies. Said he'd been feeling bad all week, could barely get out of bed on Friday morning, but looked pretty healthy last night.
Yeah, 481-foot home run's better than Zycam.
Dustin Garneau back there for the second time in this series. Torey Lovullo's D-backs trying to salvage the finale against these Rockies, who are now a game and a half ahead of Arizona atop the National League West. I think that Goldie beard may be here to stay. Marquez sticking with that fastball against Lamb, and Jake keeps fouling it off.
You mentioned Marquez's first start of the season wasn't real good against the Washington Nationals, and we were told he was really throwing hard in the first inning, 96, 97 with his fastball, but then it really dropped off.
Base hit, he almost got Goldie. He had to duck out of the way. Goldschmidt into third. A pair of two-out singles for the Diamondbacks will bring up Brandon Drury. Goldie had to duck and cover that time. Jake Lamb hit it right at him.
The barrel on the ball consistently. You see Goldie taking his secondary lead to go down to the ground, but easily able to go first to third. Once that ball finally did get by.
A chance for Brandon Drury, who's really started to barrel up the baseball lately. 316, got his first home run of the year last night, leading off the second inning. First pitch curveball is 0-1. This was Drury last night. Off lefty Tyler Anderson. Brandon has hit safely in 5 straight games, 8 of his last 9. During that span, he's hitting almost 390. Marquez starts him off with a couple of curveballs and jumps ahead 0-2. Another curveball just did get a piece to stay alive.
That used to be a no-no. I was told by pitching coaches very early on in my career, never throw the same pitch 3 times in a row. That's gone out the window.
So first pitch fastballs on 2-0 or 2-1 counts. A requisite throw over to first for Jake Lamb.
He just looks fast. At least to opposing pitchers and catchers, because they throw over there a lot when Jake Lamb is on first base.
Started last year and it's continued for some reason. Well, there goes Jake. Little squib shot to third for Arenado. And Marquez strands 2. No score after 1. Chase Field, the Rockies and the Diamondbacks, the series finale. No score as we start the second. Patrick Corbin, 2 strikeouts and a 1-2-3 first, and Carlos Gonzalez, the Colorado cleanup man, leads off the second. Argo, 217, 2 home runs. Walked twice and struck out twice last night. He had a couple of hits Friday. Diamondbacks again, as they did last night, do not shift against Carlos Gonzalez, which is very unusual for Cargo. You see Drury, the second baseman, back on the outfield grass. Ahmed as well at short. But no overloaded right hand side. Foul back, and it's 1-1. Gonzalez 7 hits in 27 at bats against left-hand pitching this year, including a couple of doubles, so he's more than held his own against lefties. Did pretty well against left-handers last year, something that's not always been true in his career, but he's worked hard at it. Big swing at the 2-1. Loopy slider from Corbin. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Patrick struck out LeMahieu and Arenado to win the first. The 2-2 to Carlos Gonzalez. Earned to first. What a play! Paul Goldschmidt, America's first baseman. That was a rocket down the right field line.
Well, that ball was almost by him when he made that diving stop, kept it out of right field. For sure, extra bases for Cargo if Goldie doesn't make that play.
What a play.
It's rare to see Goldie wearing sunglasses on the field.
Not a cloud in the sky, very bright down there. Here is Mark Reynolds, who has been off to such a terrific start this year that Ian Desmond, who's making his Colorado debut today, is playing left field after he was signed to play first base. They just can't get Reynolds' bat out of this lineup. 3-11 and leading the Rockies with 8 home runs. He went 0 for 3 Friday, but a homer to lead off the 6th inning last night, then had that critical 2-run single in the 9th that gave Colorado the lead.
No doubt the big knock in the game for Mark Reynolds in that 9th inning, but it was just a ground ball, smothered ground ball that happened to find the hole in the left side of the infield.
Yeah, that had actually tied it. They got the lead on the wild pitch, 2-2. But Desmond, who's on deck, got $70 million in the offseason to be their first baseman, but Reynolds was signed as a reserve. But now with Desmond back, you can't sit Reynolds down. He's too hot. So Christian Adames has lost his roster spot. Bud Black's Rockies lineup just got a little better, if that's possible.
I mentioned in the open, for the last 5 years, Desmond has hit 20 or more homers, and the 1 year he missed, he was stuck at 19. You got to believe those numbers are going to go up drastically playing half his games at Coors Field.
Yeah, he's going to hit very well in that ballpark. Ian Desmond suffered a fractured left hand in a Cactus League game last month. Got a bunch of plate appearances the last 2 days over at Salt River Fields, playing an extended spring training. And now he is good to go. Patrick Corbin gets his third strikeout. He set down all 5 he's faced.
Boy, early returns look good for Patrick, getting that downward movement I was talking about on the slider. The back foot slider that time gets a swing and a miss from Mark Reynolds.
So the first at bat is a Colorado Rocky for Ian Desmond. Last season in Texas with the Rangers, 285, 22 home runs. He also stole 21 bases, playing mostly center field for the Rangers after years as a shortstop with the Nationals, and he swings at the first pitch he sees this year. Went down in the middle of March with a fracture in his left hand. He was hit by a pitch in a Cactus League game. Had surgery to repair the second metacarpal in that left hand just below the index finger, and is back today. 0-2. That slider looks awfully good so far. Desmond has been here in the Valley playing extended spring training, as we mentioned, last couple of days, both at first base and left field. Managed 14 plate appearances in 2 games. Trying to play catch up. It's a one hopper right at Drury. 6 up, 6 down for Corbin. No score here at Chase Field.
And welcome back to Chase Field. Scoreless game here. Always a special day at the ballpark, though. The Diamondbacks hosting Donate Life Arizona. Jody Jackson here alongside 2 twin brothers, heart transplant recipients, Larry and Robert Fowler. And what was your reaction, Larry, when you found out you needed to have a heart transplant?
Disbelief. You know, it happened to me second, so when it happened to him, I was surprised, and when it definitely happened to me, it blew my mind. Yeah, Same here. Yeah, I mean, it was shock and disbelief. And my dad died of the same thing, so for us to suddenly have that same thing, it was a little shocking.
How long did each of you wait on the list?
I was fortunate. I was only actually on the actual list for about a little under 3 months. So real quick, yeah. And I was only on it for about a week and a half. So yeah, it went real fast for me, real fast.
I see you sitting here with your families, your children, and I think it just says so much about what it means to be able to have life thanks to organ donation. Can you just share how important it is for people to sign up, donatelifeaz.org. You could also come to 126 here in the ballpark today.
For me, it's just, why not do it? There's no reason not to do it. I mean, if you can just look at my family and kids right there, that's reason enough, to help brighten their futures with having their dad around. Yeah, I mean, this Donate Life AZ, it creates awareness, and that's awesome. I mean, stuff I didn't think about until it actually affects your own life. And you never know if it will affect your own life, whether it's your kids or yourself. I mean, that's why this wonderful company's here to help out and get this going for us. So I wouldn't know where to begin without them. Yes. So, yeah, so by all means, please do donate and register anyways.
You guys have to be on medication, I think, for the rest of your lives, but you feel great?
I feel really good, yeah. I mean, I take quite a bit of pills every day, but if that's a small price to pay, Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm not on nearly the same amount of medicine as I was 2 years ago. But like I said, it's a good trade-off, you know what I mean? So a handful of pills to keep going is fine by me. So I know my family appreciates it. So.
Well, thank you both for sharing your story. It's wonderful, and so glad that you are feeling well. And once again, we encourage everyone to sign up, donatelifeaz.org, guys.
Thank you, Jody. Ashley Foster from Donate Life AZ threw out our first pitch today. Daniel Descalso, a leadoff single. 0-2 on Chris Iannetta catching today.
Away from Garneau right there after blocking that pitch in the dirt, but I don't believe Daniel Descalso could really see where the ball was. Chris Iannetta was kind of in the way, blocking his view of that pitch as it rolled over toward the third base on deck circle.
Descalso the start in left field. Yasmani Tomas has the day off. 3 hits so far against German Marquez, all singles. Marquez has thrown 30 pitches, only 9 balls. There's another one, missed at 98. 2-2 on the D-backs catcher. Chris got the start Friday in the series opener, went 1 for 4 with a single. Hitting .237 with 2 home runs. .22-year-old rookie right-hander German Marquez just turned 22 this spring, in fact, native of Venezuela. His first big league experience was last year with the Rockies, only 6 appearances, 3 starts. Went 1-1 with a 5.23 ERA. Just his second big league appearance today this season, and he gets his first strikeout.
I mentioned in his first start he was throwing really hard in the first inning or 2 of that ball game, and then the velocity really took a downward turn. He's still throwing extremely hard. Maybe it said B on his hat. He got a B in his bonnet.
Are you going to tell him, or should I?
Well, let's just wait and see if he can give him a little shock to the head there.
Nick Ahmed, the shortstop today. Boy, you know what he's been doing is starting off a lot of these hitters with that first pitch curveball. They know he's got 97, 98 in his back pocket, but we've seen a bunch of first pitch curveballs so far. Last season was Marquez's first ever action above A ball, but he moved up very quickly through the Rocky system, finished up the year in the big leagues. Went back to that curveball, and he jumps ahead of Ahmed 0-2. Guy's reputation is as a strike thrower, and that's held up today. 35 pitches, 25 strikes. Very easy throwing motion, so they think there's some long-term durability here, unless he gets stung by that bee on his hat.
That bee is hanging tough.
Is that legal to have a bee up there? Can put some honey on the baseball or something. A couple of curveballs, then a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. And he strikes out Ahmed, 2 down.
Now batting, pitcher, Patrick Corbin.
Turning the tables on the Diamondbacks there, at least on Nick Ahmed. Diamondbacks have been getting a lot of strikeouts and weak swings on fastballs up in the zone. That time Marquez elevated a fastball.
Patrick Corbin. Descalso at first, 2 down. There's a Tapper foul. Bud Black has spent most of the spring pushing Marquez to improve his command with that curveball and slider. We've seen the curveball a bunch so far. Bud Black at this point calls Marquez's breaking stuff functional, which is hardly glowing praise, but it's certainly improvement from where it's been. Fastball at 98, missed. It's 1-2. They're trying to get Marquez to be a little more aggressive out there. Throw some competitive breaking balls in good counts. Mix a changeup in here and there. 1-2 on Corbin. Called strike 3. Went to another curveball. He gets 3 strikeouts in the inning. No score after 2. D-backs and Rockies.
The third inning. Let's take a look at this day in baseball history, brought to you by Geico. We're highlighting the number 51 there because on April 30th, 2000, Randy Johnson beat the Cubs 6-0 to become only the 3rd pitcher in Major League Baseball history to win 6 games in the month of April. Wow. The other 2 pitchers, Vida Blue in 1971 and former general manager Dave Stewart in 1988.
Well, Patrick Corbin trying to win his 3rd game in April. So far he has set down all 6 Rockies he's faced, 3 by strikeout, and the dangerous Trevor Story leads off the Colorado 3rd. First pitch slider is 0-1.
That was his 11th slider in the ball game. 9 of them have been in the strike zone. Well, we said at the very top that's always a key for Patrick. If he gets that downward movement on that slider, and he's feeling it early today.
Missed with a fastball. It's 1-1. Story 184, 6 home runs. He's homered twice in this series. Both his hits in this series are home runs. He's also done a lot of that. He struck out 4 times in the series. He leads the major leagues in strikeouts, and he's down 1-2. That's 4 strikeouts for Corbin. He set down the first 7 he's faced.
Steady diet of sliders that time. Story just can't lay up. Chases one off the plate down and in that time for strike 3.
Dustin Garneau, the Colorado catcher, for the 2nd time of the series. Got the start behind the plate Friday night and doubled. He's hitting 171 with 1 home run. That's a fair ball down the left field line. It's in the corner. Descalso plays it off the carom, and Garneau is in at second with his 5th double. First hit for the Rockies.
Not a bad pitch. Down and out over the plate. Garneau hits a hard ground ball that gets by Jake Lamb at third down into that left field corner.
Germán Marquez, the pitcher.
His first start of the year, he only went 4 innings against the Nationals. He did get down a sacrifice bunt in that ball game, however. No sign of a bunt on that first delivery.
Or the second. 0-2. Marquez originally signed out of Venezuela by the Tampa Bay Rays. Colorado picked him up prior to last year as part of the deal that sent outfielder Corey Dickerson to Tampa Bay. Marquez came to Colorado along with reliever Jake McGee. Another slider missed. It's 1-2. Blow him away with a fastball. 5 strikeouts for Patrick. 2 down in the 3rd. Now the top of the order rolls back around. 2nd time through. It's the leadoff man Blackmon who flied out to start the ball game. The catcher Garneau at second and 2 outs. April 13th was the last time Charlie Blackmon played a game and didn't get a hit. He's hit safely in 14 straight games and is batting over .360 during that streak, including 5 home runs.
Garneau doesn't figure to be running out there at second base, but he is distracting Patrick Corbin, jumping around, taking an extra step on his lead and then shortening up the lead and then taking another step.
Well, Blackmon, like a lot of these Rockies lefties, it's another reason why they're so dangerous. It generally hits left-hand pitching. This year, .295 versus lefties, and that includes a couple of home runs. So he can handle himself right-left. Gonzalez is also much improved against lefties. Just got a piece of that slider. It stays 0-2.
It was just a few short years ago when Patrick Corbin pitched against the Rockies, when Todd Helton was still an active player playing first base for the Rockies, and said Patrick Corbin's slider is the best he'd ever seen. Now, Todd Helton hooked up with the big boy quite often. And by big boy, I'm talking about RJ.
He was a pretty good lefty with a pretty good slider. And for Todd Helton to say that at, near the end of his career about Patrick Corbin, that was a high compliment indeed. Went to the fastball away, but missed. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Boy, great season for Blackmon at the plate last year. He was 4th in the league in hitting, 3rd in runs scored, 5th in OPS. Only player in the majors over the last 3 years to total at least 65 home runs and 65 steals. Got a very unique skill set of power and speed. Lays off that slider in the dirt. 2-2. A lot of talk after they signed Ian Desmond, the Rockies, that maybe they're going to put him in center field and trade Charlie Blackmon. That came up a lot this winter. In fact, it came up so much that Jeff Bridich, their GM, called Blackmon and said, look, take those trade rumors with a grain of salt. Blackmon hits one to Peralta, and Patrick Corbin able to strand the 1-out double. Still scoreless at Chase. Syndergaard of the Mets earlier this week would not have an MRI, and Sandy Alderson, their GM, said, I can't make him get in the tube. And here's what happened to Syndergaard today. You can see him holding his elbow there in the Mets game against the Washington Nationals. Washington's leading that one 19-5. It's our unlimited baseball break presented by T-Mobile. So Syndergaard had to leave in the 2nd inning with a right arm injury after passing on an MRI earlier this week. Aaron Judge is just tearing up the American League East. Another home run for the Yankee rookie.
And Anthony Rendon with a 5-hit game today. There's your advanced scouting report on the Nationals. Rendon is hot.
Jeremy Hazelbaker in center field today for A.J. Pollock. Hits a flare out to Ian Desmond making his Rocky debut. The only player on the field in shadow right now, and that's the first out in the bottom of the 3rd. David Peralta. David grounded out his first time up today. Hitting .330 on the year with 3 home runs. David Peralta really putting the hurt on right-hand pitchers this year. His line drive rate against right-handers is the second best in baseball right now. And he's hitting this season nearly .360 versus righties. That includes 3 home runs.
And the .235 mark against lefties is a little deceiving. We've been talking about it recently. He's been putting together some really quality at bats against left-handed pitching. Doesn't always end up with a base hit, but forces that guy to throw a lot of pitches to get him out. Swings at strikes, takes the balls.
And the coaches in those situations are looking more at the process, right, than the result.
Yeah, you can't control the results. All you can really control is getting a good pitch and putting a good swing on it.
Trevor Story behind the bag throws him out, 2 down.
That's kind of the mantra we hear from players after they've had a good game. I'm just trying to get a good pitch and put a good swing on it. But in reality, that's all you can control.
Here's Goldie, who singled his first time up. What a homestand it's been for Paul Goldschmidt. 14 hits and 13 RBIs on this homestand. He's homered twice and he scored 10 runs. And that's coming off a 10-game road trip during which he had only 1 RBI. So what a contrast. Boy, that is blistered foul. Baseball measures something called well hit average. The definition is fairly self-explanatory. Balls graded as well hit by the folks who measure such things. And Goldie over the last week is leading all of baseball in well hit average. There's another one, rolls it up the middle, and he's 2 for 2.
All the other numbers you mentioned on this homestand, he's also stolen 3 bases, and with 2 outs here in the inning, this could be a possible run situation for Goldie if he can get a jump.
This is the way that the first inning went for the Diamondbacks. Goldie had a 2-out single. Lamb hit the ball hard to right for a single. But then Drury grounded out to end the inning in strand 2. So we'll see what happens here in the third with Lamb up there 1 for 1. Goldie a perfect 7 for 7 this year in those stolen base attempts. Fastball's a strike. Jerry Lane, the crew chief, is our plate umpire today.
Ooh, there's a wide one there. Garneau with a quick check of his cheat sheet back there on the left wrist.
Fly ball right field for Carlos Gonzalez. Through 3 innings at Chase Field, the D-backs and Rockies no score. Sunday. No score. The series finale. The D-backs and the Rockies. Patrick Corbin so far has given up only 1 hit. He's got 5 strikeouts. Our State Farm winning combo. Patrick today 9 of 10 first pitch strikes.
Outstanding. He's thrown 20 sliders in this game. 9 of them have been swung at and missed. That's a really high number of swings and misses on a breaking ball.
DJ LeMahieu leads off the Colorado 4th. Right center for Hazelbaker. Another first pitch strike for Corbin, 1 down. Here's Arenado. Struck out his first time up. Comes into today with an 8-game hitting streak. And hitting over 500 this year against left-hand pitchers. 4 doubles and 5 homers versus lefties. Looks at a fastball for strike 1. This is the real dangerous part of this order. LeMahieu, Arenado, Gonzalez, 2, 3, and 4. Big cut at that slider. It's 1 and 2.
Second time in the game we've seen Arenado go down to a knee chasing that Patrick Corbin slider.
It's funny, he's been fishing down there for fastballs a lot lately, but he's getting sliders from Patrick. That fastball up missed. It's 2 and 2. Nolan Arenado, the first Rockies player since Matt Holliday in 2006 and 7 with at least 30 homers and 100 RBIs in back-to-back years. The 2-2 from Corbin. Headed for the left field corner, but it's out of play. Just go through the resume for this guy. He's led the league in total bases each of the last 2 years. Last year, his 2nd straight All-Star appearance, Silver Slugger Award, his 4th Gold Glove. Lifts it in the air to right field for Peralta. Here comes Carlos Gonzalez. What's it like to face this guy? We asked some Diamondbacks.
Keep the ball up.
Cargo is a guy that he's a really solid hitter.
That's all the good hitting. I think definitely the golf swing is his type of swing.
He's got a ton of power.
Great low ball hitter, yeah.
Another guy you can't miss over the middle or he'll make you pay for it.
He told me they didn't like my slider, so that's kind of what I throw to him.
Well, let's find out. Here we go. Patrick Corbin and Carlos Gonzalez. Count the sliders. There's 1.
Yeah, really the first bad slider that Patrick Corbin has thrown in this game. That one just didn't take the break. Chased Cargo off the plate that time.
No, I asked Patrick point blank about that. That's the first thing he said. So he's got to be thinking about that right here. There's a high bouncer. Drury was back on the grass, got to come in, throw across his body, and they retire Cargo. No score. D-backs and Rockies at Chase.
The D-backs home run today means a free Jumbo Jack tomorrow at participating Jack in a Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
Brandon Drury will lead off the bottom of the fourth against German Marquez. Diamondbacks with 4 hits, all singles so far in a scoreless ball game. A 22-year-old rookie from Venezuela, German Marquez, a guy the Rockies like a whole lot. Marquez had a big year in their minor league system last season, finished the year in the big leagues. Spent most of last year with the Double-A Hartford Yard Goats in the Eastern League. Drury shoots one down the left field line. That's a fair ball. It's in the corner. Oh, that bat has really come around as of late. He's got his 5th double. Awfully close in there at second.
A little closer than it needed to be. A hanging breaking ball. Marquez, fortunate Brandon Drury didn't hit that ball out of the county. Hung up there on the inside part of the plate, as it is a rip double down into that left field corner. Nice play by Desmond to barehand that ball and get rid of it quickly to second base. Oof, man, slide.
So the leadoff man in scoring position. The left fielder today is Daniel Descalso, who singled his first time up. Descalso's played all over the field to begin his D-backs career. This is his 4th start this season in left field. He had made only a handful of appearances out there in his career, most of them with the Rockies last season. Made 7 starts out there. And we've seen him here starting at second base, third base, left field. What a day to be at the ballpark. Look at that. Not a cloud in the sky. Roof is open here at Chase on a sunny Sunday. Center field. This will back up Blackman. Oh, he's got to come in now. Drury will have to hold.
Charlie Blackman misplayed that ball a little bit off the bat, but the fact that he was coming in as hard as he was to make that catch really just completely froze Brandon Drury at second base. All of Blackman's momentum carrying him into the throw that time. No chance to advance.
You want to catch that ball running forward, but he almost overdid it that time. Iannetta struck out his first time up. Been a little bit of a disturbing trend in this series. The Diamondbacks getting a leadoff man in an inning into scoring position right away, and then he ends up stranded there. We saw that with a critical run in the 8th inning last night when Yasmani Tomas hit that ball that Carlos Gonzalez dropped in right field and was left at third with no outs. Trying to get Drury home from second with the game's first run. It's 1-1. Oh, Chris upset. Check swing foul, and it's 1-2.
That's one of the more upsetting things that can happen to a hitter. You don't even get to take a swing. There's a check on that fastball running up and in. Unfortunately, the barrel of the bat dropped down there close enough to the hitting zone that he fouled it off to the first base side.
And now instead of 2-1, it's 1-2. 60 pitches for Marquez, 42 for strikes. Checks a swing that time again. And goes says Marvin Hudson, and it's 2-2. Drop the curveball in for strike 3. 4th strikeout for Marquez.
Boy, both pitchers showing good breaking stuff today. Patrick Corbin with the hard slider. Marquez with that over-the-top spiked curveball. By spiked curveball, we mean he keeps his middle finger on the seam of the baseball, but his index finger's kind of propped up in the air. Really allows him to pull down with that middle finger, get that over-the-top rotation that he needs to make that curveball break.
Well, with first base open, the Rockies elect to give Nick Ahmed the no-pitch intentional walk, and they'll work to Patrick Corbin. Drury at second, Ahmed at first, and 2 outs. Patrick struck out looking his first time up. We'll say one thing. That was a good example of that. Don't love the no-pitch intentional walk. It's kind of a non-factor, but it almost happens before you can notice it if you're not paying attention. It does move along.
I thought there was a pinch hitter for Nick Ahmed when I looked up and saw a lefty at the plate.
I mean, it's not a huge chunk of time, but that was a pretty good example of saving a minute or 2 here and there. Check this swing, but it's a strike, 1-1. It's more for Commissioner Manfred, and he said this himself, more of a symbolic thing than anything else. They're trying to get some time shaved off and working with the players union on some things. Corbin hits it pretty deep center field. Blackmon backing up at the track, and he runs it down. A leadoff double ends up stranded at second. Still no score.
Starting pitchers up to this point. Hey fans, we invite you to participate in Gila River game nights by signing up at one of the interactive kiosks located at Chase Field during any D-backs home game.
No score as we start the 5th inning. D-backs with 5 hits, only 1 for the Rockies against lefty Patrick Corbin, who's got 5 strikeouts. Mark Reynolds, Ian Desmond, Trevor Story, 5, 6, and 7 here in the Colorado 5th. Patrick's only hit a Dustin Garneau double with 1 out in the 3rd. He's retired the last 5 he's faced as Reynolds leads off the 5th.
Anthony Rendon of the Nationals. 6 for 6 with 3 homers and 10 runs driven in today. Wow.
The Nationals are beating the Mets, I believe it's 23-5.
23-5 was the final. Yeah,
that was the final, and we get to play them on Tuesday.
They'll cool off tomorrow.
Boy, this is going to go down as maybe one of the worst days in Mets history.
Ooh.
Thor, Noah Syndergaard, leaves in the 2nd inning with an apparent arm injury after refusing an MRI earlier in the week, and then they lose 23-5.
That's because of all his medical training.
Apparently.
Don't believe the doctors.
Didn't want to put his hair in the tube. Reynolds struck out his first time up. Giants are hosting the Padres again in San Francisco. And the Giants have a 1-0 lead in the 5th inning. The Dodgers, who had a miracle comeback last night against the Phillies, lead Philadelphia 2-1. They're in the 3rd in LA. It was 5-2 in the 9th inning. Phillies closer Hector Neris came on. Yasiel Puig hit a home run. Then Bellinger hit a home run. Then Turner hit a home run, all in a row. And they tied it up, went on to win it. A rocket foul down the left field line. Ron Pennington, that was coming right at him, our Golden Glover down the left field line. Ron, don't call me Cliff Pennington. Cat-like reflexes. Well, the 3-2 missed, and that's the first walk issued by Corbin. And just the second Rockies base runner today. And here in his second at bat, making his Rockies debut, is Ian Desmond, who grounded out his first time up, playing left field. Coming back from that fracture in his left hand suffered in a Cactus League game last month when he's hit by a pitch. Played extended spring games over at Salt River Fields Friday and Saturday. Bud Black actually went over there yesterday and watched some of Desmond's at bats. Said the timing was great. They were thrilled. So hey, let's have you play on Sunday. So here he is. The Corbin slider.
He probably didn't see any sliders like that in extended spring.
I don't think so, no. 5 years, $70 million for Ian Desmond, the biggest free agent contract the Rockies have ever given to a position player. Turned to third. It's by Lamb and into left. First hit as a Rocky for Ian Desmond. A walk and a single open up the Colorado 5th.
Ball scalded down the third base line that time. Slider that just stayed over the middle of the plate and down. Desmond, a real good low ball hitter, rips that one by Jake Lamb.
And now Patrick has his work cut out for him. 2 on, nobody out. Here comes Trevor Story, the major league leader in strikeouts, and he struck out his first time up. He's also hit 2 home runs in this series. A guy who in his very brief major league career so far has shown he loves to hit in this ballpark. Done a lot of damage here already.
Change up that time from Patrick Corbin. This guy's a dead fastball hitter, steadily looking for a fastball to either drive or pull out of the ballpark. Straight changeup's a real good pitch against him.
7 home runs in 8 games at Chase Field for Story. Throw to first. Desmond is back in time. Patrick worked a lot on that changeup in spring training and was getting some swings and misses with it. We haven't seen it a whole lot during the regular season, at least not yet.
A nice play by Goldie on that pick attempt down there at first base. Chris Iannetta, in his haste to get rid of it quickly, threw it in the dirt, but Goldie right there to pick it, save a throwing error.
Two and one. Trevor Story will expand the strike zone. That's what Bud Black has observed. That's where the strikeouts come from. They're trying to get him to scale back, just get a little better strikeout recognition. Two and two.
Story to me has become fairly predictable as a hitter. If you throw him fastballs where he can't get the bat on, up above the top of the zone, away from him, inside, off the corner, fastballs that he can't drive, and then throw him nothing but off-speed stuff. Straight change-ups, breaking balls. He'll still swing at him. He just won't make the same contact that he does against fastballs.
Nice block by Chris Iannetta, and it's a full count, 3-2. Well, if Patrick feels good about throwing a breaking ball for a strike, this might be the spot to do it. Garneau, the catcher who doubled his first time up, is on deck. Reynolds at second, Desmond at first. No outs. 3-2 to Trevor Story. Came with a fastball in but missed. Second walk in the inning, and the bases are loaded. Mike Butcher. Fans, don't forget the D-backs Kids Club, presented by Dancy and Dairy, is a free program for kids 15 and younger. Kids can earn prizes for each game they attend, including tickets to Sunday home games like today. Concessions, merchandise, a whole lot more. Got a lot of kids with us here at the ballpark this afternoon. You can get a whole lot more info on the D-backs Kids Club online at dbacks.com/kidsclub. They just hit a piñata out there, and it's a free-for-all. Well, hopefully Dustin Garneau does not do the same thing. Bases loaded, nobody out. A Rockies catcher who doubled at his first at bat today. Patrick sticking with that slider. It's 1-0. Garneau, the backup catcher coming out of camp. They had Tom Murphy in that spot. He won the job, but then fractured his right forearm at the very end of spring training. He's still on the DL. So Garneau's been the backup this year. Fastball missed. It's 2-0. Patrick falling behind in these counts now. Sixteen pitches in this inning, only 6 for strikes. The bases are loaded with no outs. Popped him up. Brandon Drury fighting that sun. Infield fly rule. And that's the first out.
Boy, that was a battle for Brandon Drury. Sun is really tough on those guys on the right side of the field right now. Brandon kept that glove up in front of his eyes until the very last instant. Still catching that pop up.
You can see the Rockies have the bases loaded. Reynolds at third, Desmond at second, and Story at first. Stu Cole checking in with Airman Marquez, the pitcher who comes up with 1 out. Now, obviously, if you're Bud Black, you don't want him hitting into a double play. How do you avoid that? Just hope for the best, or does he try and bunt something? What do you do?
You could play a safety squeeze here possibly. Of course, you have a force play at home plate, which makes it a little tougher to squeeze that guy home from third base. Had him swinging away in his first at bat with a runner at second base.
And he struck out. Swings at that slider. It's 0-1. There is no hard fast rule for this situation.
No, it really depends on the ability of the guy at the plate. If it is a pitcher that can handle the bat and put down a bunt, maybe you try a safety squeeze. If he's a guy that can swing it a little bit like Robbie Ray or Patrick Corbin, then yeah, go ahead and swing it away. Drive in a couple. But the big danger lurking for Bud Black and the Rockies, as you said, is that ground ball double play.
Checking in with Stu Cole at third before every pitch. Here's the 1-1 from Corbin. Fastball is ball 2, says Jerry Lane back there.
Iannetta had to reach all the way across the plate. He was set up inside, but that ball's all over the outside corner of the plate.
But Patrick missed his spot again. Fights off a fastball, and it's 2-2. Bases full of Rockies, 1 out. The third, Lamb coming home. They get 1, and they can't get 2.
Ball wasn't really hit hard enough to try to turn 2 up the middle of the field. I thought Jake Lamb would go to the bag at third and then throw across the diamond, but he elects to come home to cut off that run. And give Marquez some credit. He was really busting it down that first baseline.
Now the bases are loaded. 2 outs for the leadoff man Charlie Blackmon, who's 0 for 2. Lined out hard to right field his last time up. Corbin trying to get out of a bases loaded, no out jam. Blackmon able to lay off that slider. It's 1-0. $80 pitches for Patrick Corbin, 51 strikes. The deeper he can get into the ball game today, the better. Torey Lovullo used 5 relievers in the ball game last night. There's a strike. The fastball in there. It's 1-2.
Big out to get right here, and Chris Iannetta wants to check it over with Patrick Corbin. The middle infielders, as has been the custom recently, will come in to check to make sure the signs haven't been changed.
Patrick trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat here. Rockies had the bases full and nobody out. But now 2 down and a 1-2 count on Charlie Blackmon. Oh, Jerry Lane says no. Trying to fastball up. It's 2-2.
Just a little above the top of the zone. You can see Iannetta try to pull it back there and get the call, but just a little too high.
That's the same pitch that the Diamondbacks have had so many swings and misses on in this homestand. Goldie's at first. And Patrick Corbin, bases loaded, nobody out. He puts a 0 on the board in the 5th. see in our showstopper, the Cox Gig Life high-speed highlights. Look away, because the Nationals, Anthony Rendon, 6 for 6, 3 home runs. He had 10 RBIs today. That's 10 runs batted in one game. And they just destroyed the Mets 23-5. We'll be there Tuesday.
You may have noticed that last home run was against backup catcher Kevin Plawecki. Apparently the Mets have waved the white flag.
And they ran out of numbers on the board here. They don't have a 2 for the first number, so it's up there as 5-3. Hey, Jeremy Hazelbaker leads off the bottom of the 5th in a scoreless ball game. Hazelbaker 0 for 2, and they're at center field today for A.J. Pollock, who has the day off. 23-5. 10 runs batted in one game. That's a month for some guys.
Oh, yeah.
Guys who play every day.
Yeah.
Present company accepted, of course.
Well, we talked about Goldie on that last road trip, 10 games and had 1 run driven in the entire trip.
Holy Toledo.
Wow.
Mets lost Noah Syndergaard to an apparent right arm injury in that ball game. He walked off the mound holding his pitching arm in the 2nd inning. I think it might be a lat muscle injury as Hazelbaker strikes out. 5th strikeout for rookie airman Marquez. Here's David Peralta.
3rd time through the order here for the Diamondbacks against the Rockies right-hander. And you may remember early on in the season, that's when the Diamondbacks were at their best.
Oh, how about that? Peralta singles into center.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
6th hit for the Diamondbacks. 5 of those hits are singles, including 2 by Goldie.
Yeah, I was just saying that early in the season the Diamondbacks might struggle against an opposing starter the first time through the order, but the 2nd and 3rd time the light bulb went on. They figured it out. Guys getting together in the dugout, talking it over with Dave Magadan, coming up with a revised game plan as the game was going on.
Well, it's time to get it going against this rookie right-hander who's only 22 years old, but looks pretty good out there. Throw to first, and Peralta's back in time. We were talking yesterday about Bud Black and what he inherited here, and I think the big difference for Bud Black, Bob, with the Rockies as opposed to Colorado managers in the past was he's inherited a pretty good group of young starting pitchers. They're very young and very raw, but they've got some material to work with here. Saw Kyle Friedland on Friday, who looks good. They have Senzatella they like a lot. Marquez has looked good.
Buddy Black was a pitching coach for a long time before he became a manager, and that's his area of expertise. So if you give him some good young talented arms, possibly by season's end he will have them rounded into the shape he wants and put together a pretty good rotation there in Colorado.
Yeah, Marquez mentioned he spent most of last year in Double-A Eastern League. He pitched well there. He was the pitcher of the year in the Eastern League last season, 9-6 with a 2.85 ERA. Went up to Triple-A Albuquerque, had 5 starts, was unbeaten there, and then got a September call up to the big leagues last year at the age of 21. He's ahead of Paul Goldschmidt, a ball and 2 strikes. Freight train's on the tracks. Got to get them home. Jammed him, popped it up center field. Blackman has it 2 outs. Let's go downstairs to Jody.
Well, guys, Jake Lamb coming up here, and I went over to talk to him in the clubhouse this morning, and we were chatting about that 481-foot homer last night. The longest ball that he's ever hit, of course, no surprise there. And I kind of talking to him, I said, do you feel okay? He's like, no, not really. He did not feel well last night. He was back in the lineup, obviously, but he's kind of gutting it out right now. And we talked about this had gone through the clubhouse a little bit, the cold and flu symptoms. But, you know, he hit that ball a long, long way. He was not feeling great. He said, in a way, I was just thinking about how bad I was feeling. I wasn't thinking about the pitches or what I was doing up there. I was just not thinking at all and going out there and hitting the ball.
You'd be surprised how many times guys have really good offensive days when they're under the weather. You don't think too much. You're just trying to get through the game without throwing up on your cleats. And you just see the ball and react to it. You get right down to the very basics of the game. See the ball and react to what you see. And boy, Jake Lamb last night, what a beautiful swing he put on that long home run.
Just a hanging breaking ball from Tyler Anderson, the left-hander. Right in the sweet spot, the happy zone, and Lamb hit it .481. The longest home run in the major leagues this year. And he was feeling so bad, as Jody mentioned. He was sent home Friday. He wasn't even here for the game. They sent him home. Go to bed. Been feeling bad all week.
Well, for his own good and also to try to keep it from spreading to his teammates.
Yeah.
We saw that in the early part of the season. The flu was affecting everybody.
Toward the left field corner, Desmond's over there, long run, and he's out of room. Yeah, the first 2-3 weeks of the season, it just went through the major league somehow. It almost wiped out the Boston Red Sox. And the Diamondbacks have had a bunch of guys walking around coughing and not looking too good.
Well, any parent out there with a young child, it's like a daycare center. You got a bunch of kids playing together in the same room all day long, and if one guy gets it, pretty good chance that everybody else is going to get it.
These guys are in the clubhouse eating together, everything, on buses, planes together. 1-2.
David wants to run. Hit one in the gap right here. Let's watch the freight train.
Curveball missed. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jake leading the Diamondbacks with 21 RBIs this year. Seven games on this homestand. He's homered twice and knocked in 7 runs. Looks at a 2-2 fastball. He's worked it full. Now Peralta can get started from first. Reynolds will back off and play behind the runner. There goes David, and Jake strikes out. Through 5 innings, the Diamondbacks and the Rockies still no score. MLB.TV Premium is back. It's better than ever. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live on all 400 of your supported devices. You'll get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions to apply, so visit MLB.TV for details. The view behind the freight train. David Peralta in right field here at Chase, as DJ LeMahieu, the Rockies' second baseman, leads off the 6th against Patrick Corbin. LeMahieu 0 for 2.
See if Patrick can regain the form on that slider. He was so good with it through the first 4 innings. Kind of lost command of it there in that 5th inning, loading the bases with a couple of walks and a base hit, but able to escape damage.
Patrick retired 12 of the first 13 batters he faced in the game, but is coming off a 28-pitch 5th inning in which he got out of a bases loaded no-out jam. But right away he's behind on LeMahieu, 3-0. Patrick has completed at least 6 full innings in each of his last 4 starts. That includes his start last Tuesday here against the Padres, when he went 7 and had a season high 9 strikeouts. Bounced over the mound. Nick Ahmed at shortstop. 1 away.
Hey, fans, the day after every Diamondbacks win, get 50% off all pizzas at regular menu price using promo code DBACS50. PapaJohns.com.
Well, Nolan Arenado, who's been crushing left-hand pitching all year, is so far 0 for 2 against Patrick Corbin. A strikeout, a flyout. Came into today hitting better than 500 versus lefties this year, with 5 homers. Pops up the first pitch, but it's out of play.
We talked about it last night. Nolan Arenado, as Patrick takes his windup out there and gets ready to deliver the ball, if you watch his feet, he just can't stand still in that batter's box. He wants to attack every pitch that comes into that strike zone. Very busy with his feet.
Fly ball, right field. Peralta looking up into the sun. 2 down. Arenado 0 for 3. Well, we heard Patrick earlier in the ball game tell us that Carlos Gonzalez told him, "I don't like your slider." So he says, well, that's what I throw him then. So here we go. Gonzalez has twice grounded out. He's 0 for 2. And again, no shift against Cargo by the Diamondbacks, but Drury backs up considerably at second base in the outfield grass. Ahmed at short on the grass as well. Starts him off with a fastball, and it's 0-1. You can see how dark it is in that left field corner for Daniel Descalso out there. There's the slider, and quickly it's 0-2.
It's the first slider here in the 6th inning. All fastballs up to that pitch.
Now the 3rd time through the Rockies order for Patrick. Out of play. Giants have taken a 2-0 lead over the Padres in San Francisco. They're in the 7th inning. And at Dodger Stadium, LA leads the Phillies 2-1. They're in the 5th. Late game tonight is the Cubs and Red Sox at Fenway Park. Big day for that young man. Cargo strikes out. 6 strikeouts for Corbin, and works a 1-2-3-6. Studying the D-backs and the Rockies at Chase Field. Fans Saturday on FS1. The Indians are in Kansas City to take on the Royals. Catch all the action on FS1 starting at noon and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Brandon Drury led off the 4th with a double into the left field corner. Leads off the 6th against 22-year-old rookie right-hander Germán Marquez. Diamondbacks have out-hit Colorado 6-2, but still no score. That curveball's been effective for Marquez. 1-1 now on Drury, who has grounded out in double. He's got 4 hits in the series. Brandon's got it rolling lately. He's hit safely in 6 straight games, 9 of his last 10. And during that span is batting almost .400. Check swing foul. Brandon Drury since the All-Star break last year, hitting .391 at Chase Field. That is the best home batting average in the majors over that span. Lays off a curveball. He's worked it full 3-2. He's been very patient, especially against right-hand pitchers this year. Waits for his pitch. Descalso on deck. That's in the seats as well, out of play.
Good defensive swing there. Full count pitch. Too close to take, but not really good enough to do much with it. Foul it off to the first base side. Make Marquez throw you one more pitch and hope he makes a mistake. Middle of the plate fastball at 95 right there. Better swing that time. That was not a defensive swing.
Marquez so far pretty much all fastball, curveball. And lay off that fastball. 7 strikeouts, 1 down.
Hey fans, plan ahead and get the kids in some upcoming Kids Sunday games. Sunday games are perfect for the family. Start at 1:10. After the game, all kids can run the bases for Phoenix Children's Hospital. On Sunday, June 11th, kids can take home the youth bat and ball set courtesy of MLB Play Ball. Get tickets, as always, at dbacks.com.
Daniel Descalso. Descalso has singled and flied out to start today in left field. Rare changeup for Marquez, up high, but it's a strike, 1-2. Tied him up with a curveball. He's got 8 strikeouts now. He has struck out 3 in a row.
Really starting to feel that curveball. Early in the game, he was just as likely to bounce it in the dirt as he was to throw it for a strike, but he's starting to get a much better feel for it, not only throwing strikes, but throwing quality strikes with that curve.
3 straight strikeouts. He's punched out 4 of the last 6 he's faced. Here's Chris Iannetta, who has struck out twice. 8 strikeouts now, a career high for the rookie right-hander. They're going to be very happy with what they're getting today from Germán Marquez. Bud Black, when he was talking to the Rockies front office people after he took the managerial job, talked to a lot of people who were impressed with this young man over the winter. The guy their organization is very high on. They like the way the ball comes out of his hand. There's a nice finish. He throws it easily, and that fastball at upper 90s kind of jumps on you. Iannetta jumps on that one, but it's going to stay in the park for Gonzalez. A 1, 2, 3, 6th inning, still no score. With the roof open on this sunny Sunday at Chase Field, the Rockies and Diamondbacks. Valley Toyota, let's go places. After this ball game today, we fly to Washington, D.C. Day off tomorrow, 3 against the Nationals starting on Tuesday. The Rockies are also off as they continue their road trip. They will start a 3-game set at Petco Park. After Washington, we'll meet the Rockies at Coors Field, Colorado. Mark Reynolds leads off the 7th inning. Patrick Corbin so far has given up only 2 hits. He has walked 2 and struck out 6, coming off a 12-pitch 6th inning. Right now, Patrick at 95 pitches, 61 for strikes. He's got 18 outs so far. Can he get Torey Lovullo his requisite 21?
He was able to do that last time out. Took 105 pitches to get through his 21 outs. And Torey left him in there in that 7th inning last time out. Had to face Will Myers and Yangervis Solarte with a couple of runners on base. Had already given up a home run to lead off the inning, but was able to escape that jam.
Patrick really labored in that long 5th inning. When the first 3 reached for the Rockies, they had bases loaded, no outs, but somehow we got out of that mess. Threw 28 pitches in that inning. That really drove up the pitch count. There's Lamb at 3rd. But other than that, Patrick, 15 pitch inning, 15 pitch, 15 pitch, 10 pitch, 12 pitch. He's been very efficient. Here comes Torey Lovullo. The bullpen is busy for the Diamondbacks. You've got Ian Desmond coming up. You know, Patrick wants to finish this one off, but Torey Lovullo takes the baseball at 99 pitches. Patrick Corbin works 6 1/3 scoreless innings, and J.J. Hoover's on his way in. Back after this. Scoreless innings against the Rockies. He gave up only 2 hits, walked 2 and struck out 6. And on to answer the Ashline call to the bullpen is J.J. Hoover. They have a lot of faith in J.J. Hoover against some of the best right-hand hitters in baseball. And with 2 good right-handers coming up in Ian Desmond and Trevor Story, Torey Lovullo goes to Hoover, who's got an ERA of 2 in 11 appearances. Desmond is Rocky's debut back from that broken hand suffered in spring training. He has grounded out and singled. He's 1 for 2. Playing left field today. What do you make of the idea, Bob, as Iannetta looks that one into the seats, that you had Reynolds leading off this inning? Another right-hand hitter has had a brilliant start to the year. Torey sent Patrick back out there to start the inning and then went to Hoover to get the 2 right-handers behind him in Desmond and Story.
It's a little bit of a head scratcher given the fact that Ian Desmond is 3 for 9 with 2 homers against J.J. Hoover in his career, but I think he'd just seen enough from Patrick Corbin. Mark Reynolds more of a free swinger than Desmond, even though they both strike out a lot. I'm sure he just had a predetermined number in his mind, and as good as Patrick has been today, he wanted to pull the plug before anything could get away.
Took him out just shy of 100 pitches after Patrick threw 105 in his start Tuesday in that win over the Padres. Hoover behind 2 balls and a strike.
And Desmond did get a base hit against Patrick Corbin back in that 5th inning.
Lays off a high fastball, and it's 3-1. Patrick outstanding. That slider was real good today.
As good as the slider was, that was the pitch that Ian Desmond hit for a base hit in his last at bat, so that could have entered into the decision as well.
There's a J.J. Hoover slider, and it's a full count, 3-2.
That Patrick Corbin slider was deadly today. Threw 45 of them total in the ball game. 33 for strikes, only 1 for a base hit. The Desmond single into left field.
Wow. 33 of his 45 sliders for strikes.
14 of them were swing and a miss sliders.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
He's been really good at home this year. 3-2 to Desmond, and Hoover struck him out. Got him on a slider.
Shortstop, Trevor Story.
Very subtle, not the big sweeping slider that we saw from Patrick Corbin from the left side, but just enough movement to get it down underneath the barrel of the bat on that swing and a miss.
J.J. Hoover earning a lot of trust from the D-backs coaches with the way he's dealt with these right-handers. Got one more here. Trevor Story, who has struck out and walked.
Now, how does Trevor Story lay off that pitch? Nasty slider just off that outside corner, right where he wanted to throw it, hoping to get the swing and a miss from the aggressive Trevor Story.
The guy who leads all of baseball in strikeouts, but he's up 1-0. Fastball away. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Both of Story's hits in this series are homers. He's also punched out 5 times.
That sounds like the way we used to describe Sammy Sosa back in the day. Sammy would come in here for a 3-game series and hit 3 homers and strike out 9 times.
But it was a show, man.
It always was a show.
The Sammy show. Tried to check and couldn't. Another slider from J.J. Hoover, and it's 2-2.
There's that little quick pitch by J.J. Hoover. We see him do that from time to time, come up into that set position and very quickly slide step toward home plate. Try to sneak one by the opposing hitter.
Well, he went to a full count on Desmond and struck him out. Now here comes the 3-2 to Trevor Story. Walked him. Went back to the slider but missed. So a little more discipline there by Story, who walks for the second time today. That'll bring up the catcher, Dustin Garneau.
Makes you wonder why that particular at bat did he decide to become disciplined.
It's
he laid
weird.
off some really good pitchers' pitches that time.
What are you thinking? Sign somewhere?
Well, that was his first at bat lifetime against J.J. Hoover, so it's not like he had a past history with him.
This was a good one.
Yeah, got some scouting reports from his teammates over there on the bench and was able to lay off those sliders.
Garneau has one of the 2 Rockies hits, a double in the 3rd inning against Patrick Corbin. Hey, Patrick, he's given up a total of only 4 earned runs here at Chase Field all year. And this was his 4th start here this season. 4 starts at Chase Field. He's given up 4 earned. Fastball away, missed, and it's 1-1. Pitcher spot is up next. Pat Valaika, he's had a good series, is in the on deck circle. He would hit for the pitcher Marquez. Pitcher spot coming up next. And again, Hoover's fallen behind in the count. It's 2-1. J.J. Hoover out of Elizabeth, Pennsylvania. Was a pitcher at Calhoun Community College in Decatur, Alabama, drafted by the Braves back in 08. That fastball's in there at 94, and it's 2-2.
Watch Chris Iannetta give the signs to J.J. Hoover. 1 pump, that's a fastball. J.J. is one of those guys that either has some visibility issues seeing the finger signs from a catcher, so instead of trying to labor through that, they just put down pumps. 1 flash is a fastball, 3 flashes is a slider. That's basically all he throws. Three pumps is a slider.
2-2 pitch. Got him. J.J. Hoover comes in again, rolls up a couple of strikeouts and keeps it scoreless.
no score in the ball game. Time to take a look at our timeless moment, brought to you by Coors Banquet. Willie Mays at Old County Stadium in Milwaukee back in 1961 hit 4 home runs in the game, all of them traveling over 400 feet, and was on deck when the game ended.
Might have had 5. I love that old ballpark, County Stadium.
That's my only American League home run came at County Stadium.
As a Blue Jay.
Yep.
Well, we start the bottom of the 7th, and both clubs now enter their bullpens. On in relief is the right-hander Scott Oberg, who had a rough go of it Tuesday against the Washington Nationals at Coors Field. He tied a career high, gave up 5 runs, but only 3 were earned. Overall, 11 appearances, 7 of them scoreless, a 4.91 ERA.
What a great job by both starting pitchers today. Patrick Corbin on top of his game right from the first pitch. Marquez took an inning or 2 to kind of settle in, but once he found that curveball, he was matching Patrick 0 for 0.
On this Rockies bullpen, what a difference a city makes. Remember, we told you they had that brutal homestand last week when they played 4 against the Nationals. They lost the last 3, and Washington scored at least 11 runs in all 3 of those games. The Colorado pen in those 3 games worked 12 innings and gave up 25 runs. Well, so far in 2 games against the Diamondbacks, they've worked 7 scoreless innings. Nick Ahmed will lead it off here in the bottom of the 7th. Pitcher spot due up next, and Chris Herman is in the on-deck circle for the Diamondbacks. Ahmed was walked intentionally his last time up. He's 0 for 1. D-backs have out-hit Colorado 6-2, but still nothing on the board. Nick got the start at shortstop yesterday, was 0 for 4. Now hitting .222 on the year. Just missed it. It's foul. Oh, a quick play there by Ron Pennington. The glove hand of Ron Pennington, as quick as ever down there. Watch this reaction.
Oh, nice. Normally we don't recommend backpedaling while you field the ground ball, but nice play there.
Ron, don't call me Cliff Pennington, our Golden Glover down the left field line. Sam drove my Chevy to the Levenberg is in the right field corner. 0-2 on Ahmed. Tapper to second for LeMahieu. Here comes Chris Herman to hit for the pitcher Hoover. Chris 171 with a homer. He struck out as a pinch hitter in Friday's game against Colorado. Chris 3 for his last 30 up there as he steps in here. Terry Lane says strike 1. Down in front of home plate. Garno's on it. 2 down. That'll bring up Jeremy Hazelbaker, who got the start for A.J. Pollock in center field today. Hazelbaker 0 for 3.
Somebody needs to lean on one here. The offense just can't seem to get anything going, at least as far as continuity, batter to batter. Put some pressure on the Rockies in 1 inning. Just haven't been able to do that today.
Yeah, it's become the definition of scattering hits. 6 hits for the D-backs, 5 of them singles. They got back-to-back 2-out singles in the first, but couldn't get a run home. Other than that, It's been 1 hit per inning just about. Late time granted by Jerry Lane. Descalso single to lead off the second. Goldie a 2-out single in the third. Drury doubled to lead off the fourth. He was left there. Peralta 1-out single in the fifth. That's been the offense. Two and 0. Strike zone getting a little bigger here.
That one might have caught the bottom right there, but that first pitch to Chris Herrmann immediately puts him in a hole, and then he swung at the next pitch that was in almost an identical location. You know, if you're going to call it a strike, I have to swing at it.
Jeremy ahead 3-1 with Peralta on deck. David singled his last time up. A 2-out walk. A chance for Peralta against the right-hander Oberg. Garno wants a word. Peralta really doing a good job this year against right-hand pitchers. His line drive rate against righties is the second best in baseball. And he's hitting nearly .360 against right-handers, including 3 homers. And when they try to work him away, he's done a good job of taking the pitch out to left and left center. And with 2 outs in the way Hazelbaker runs, anything in the gap has a chance to get that run home.
Diamondbacks continue to add to their major league leading pickoff attempts at first base, as you might expect from the team that's leading the majors in stolen bases with 32 going into play today. They draw a lot of pickoff attempts.
It's mostly his fault.
Yeah.
Dave
If
McKay.
you weren't so good.
That is rolled to second. LeMahieu gets over there, fields it from the outfield grass, and Oberg strands the 2-out walk. We've played 7, still no score. as we start the 8th inning in this series and homestand finale. What's next? Brought to you by CenturyLink. We fly to Washington, D.C. after the game today. Day off tomorrow, then a 3-game series at Nats Park. Starts on Tuesday, Taijuan Walker against Tanner Roark. Then Wednesday, Robbie Ray versus Gio Gonzalez. Thursday is a getaway day game. We fly to Colorado after that game, so it's a 9:30 Arizona time start. Former D-backs Max Scherzer gets the start for the Washington Nationals against TBA. That figures to be a D-backs minor leaguer, perhaps Braden Shipley. We don't have that confirmed, but we'll find out over the course of the week.
Really anxious to see Taijuan Walker take the mound again after his last outing against the Padres when he absolutely dominated with that high fastball.
Nationals beat the Mets today 23-5. Anthony Rendon had 3 homers and 10 RBIs. Pitcher spot leads it off in the 8th inning for the Rockies. Pat Valaika will hit. And on is the former Rocky, Jorge De La Rosa. The Ashline call to the bullpen. De La Rosa worked 1 1/3 innings last night, but he only threw 8 pitches. He was tremendously efficient. Came on in the 7th. Got Cargo to line out. Got Reynolds to hit into a double play and then struck out Parra. So Valaika hits for the pitcher to lead off the 8th. And there's a strike, 0-1. Pat Valaika 5 for 13 this year. He's doubled 3 times. Last night he got that Rockies 9th inning rally started, led off with a single against Fernando Rodney, and things fell apart. 0-2. De La Rosa has been terrific out of the bullpen this year. A tremendous addition.
He's been good against righties and lefties. Velocity has spiked since his days as a starter for the Colorado Rockies.
And he strikes out Valaika. He is the Rockies' all-time wins leader. 1 down.
Just overpowers Valaika right there with a fastball inside part of the plate just below the belt. Swings right through it.
And that's been one thing about Jorge De La Rosa. He used to be kind of just a sinker ball changeup guy with the Rockies, but now in this role he's throwing consistent mid-90s fastballs. The leadoff man Charlie Blackmon is 0 for 3. Here's that 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Whew.
Charlie Blackmon's thinking what you are, I think.
I can't reach that pitch. That's what he's thinking.
Oh, 0-2. De La Rosa last year with Colorado still started almost all the time. He had a brief stint in the bullpen. He made 27 appearances, 24 starts, but those relief appearances were his first since 2008. He'd been a starter for nearly a decade, but boy, he's taken to this role like a duck to water. And he strikes out Charlie Blackmon.
That's a split finger changeup from De La Rosa. Throws it down and in right where Charlie Blackmon usually likes the ball, but the change in speed and the late movement, it's a swing and a miss.
DJ LeMahieu is 0 for 3. That shadow with the roof open here, no clouds above. Now almost halfway across the field. Everything to the left field side of second base is in shadow. Still bright sunlight on the right-hand side of the field.
Well, you mentioned De La Rosa pitched an inning and a third last night and was very efficient with his pitches. He's doing the same thing here today. We could possibly see him go back out there for the 9th if necessary.
Well, we're going to guess that Fernando Rodney is not available today. Day game after a night game, and he threw 34 pitches in that 9th inning last night. And De La Rosa would be a good candidate to close if they did get a run across in the home half of the 8th inning. They really trust him against lefties and righties, but behind on LeMahieu 2-0. There's a strike. Archie Bradley figures to be available today as well, if need be. Archie threw only 7 pitches in the ball game last night. Retired both batters he faced. That's in there. Here's the De La Rosa split changeup. 2-2. Ten pitches, 8 strikes. Can he strike out the side on 11 pitches? Yes. Jorge De La Rosa, he has been tremendous. Comes on to start the 8th inning. He got Valaika. And he got Blackman chasing one in the dirt. And punches out DJ LeMahieu. Diamondbacks coming up.
In this good old-fashioned pitcher's duel, no matter how it lines up, we're going to spend some time on Patrick Corbin's 5th inning, aren't we? Bases loaded and nobody out.
He was magnificent the entire game, but that 5th inning, he had to really dig deep, and we saw a terrific Patrick Corbin here this afternoon.
Lots to get to, but first we got to bring it home. So
how about a run?
That would work.
Not asking too much. One
would work. Steve, Bob, how about
crying out loud?
Yeah.
One lousy run. Come on.
We're with you guys, and here's just the guy to do it. Goldie leads off the 8th inning against Adam Ottavino, who has come on from the Colorado bullpen. We saw him pitch 1 1/3 scoreless Friday. He's been scored upon only twice in those 11 appearances, a 1.69 ERA, 13 strikeouts in 10 2/3 this year. Goldie has 2 of the D-backs' 6 hits, both singles. He's 2 for 3.
And we saw Ottavino in game 1 of this series. That exaggerated crossfire, really steps to the third base side of the mound and then fires back across his body. Really gets some angle on these right-handed hitters.
Goldie, Lamb, Drury 3, 4, and 5 in the D-backs' 8th. Fastball missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes. D-backs 6 hits. They've left 8 runners on base. Rockies 2 hits. They've left 5. That's called strike 3. A fastball at 96.
Crossfire action, just a little tail on that 96-mile-an-hour heater, right on the corner.
Jake Lamb single in the first. He's 1 for 3. Hit a ball here last night, 481 feet, the longest home run in baseball this year. Cleared the concourse in right center on the fly. Broken back the other way. It backs up Desmond. 2 outs.
An 11 strikeout game for the Diamondbacks pitching staff. That's 7 in a row. The Major League record is 8 in a row set by the Indians back in 2014.
Archie Bradley, who Torey Lovullo said after the game last night would not be a candidate to close, is warming up in the bullpen. Brandon Drury. Slow, loopy slider from Ottavino missed. It's 1-0. Drury doubled in the fourth. He's 1 for 3. Archie did work in the game last night, threw only 7 pitches, got 2 outs. Went back to that slider, missed again. It's 2-0. Might more likely be 0-2, but Ottavino threw 2 pretty good sliders there that Drury took. Jerry Lane not biting. That fastball's in there apparently. Now Brandon Drury's confused.
Well, the 2 that were in the strike zone were called balls, and the 1 that was out of the zone was called a strike. It's got to stop. It's just got to stop. Wow.
That pitch was further outside than the 2 sliders. All those pitches right around the strike zone. It gives you a look at how patient Brandon Drury has become, especially against right-hand pitchers. He really waits for his pitch and gets pretty deep in counts. And is caught looking at a fastball. Ottavino works a 1-2-3-8 with 2 strikeouts. We go to the 9th. Still zeros up there. No runs either. 0-0 as we start the 9th inning. D-backs fans, if you can't catch the games on your TV, stream them live on your mobile device. Use Fox Sports Go. It's presented by your Valley Honda dealers. Download it now and take Fox Sports Arizona and your D-backs with you wherever you go. We've gone to the 9th inning. 0-0 and on for the 2nd night in a row. His 8th appearance of the year. The Ashline call to the bullpen gives us Archie Bradley. Archie worked in the ball game last night, came on with 1 out in the 8th inning, got Story to fly out, struck out the catcher Tony Walters, and he'll work to the heart of the Colorado order. Arenado, Cargo, Reynolds 3, 4, and 5 in the 9th. Now remember, Archie has had a little bit of a pattern a couple of times this year. He's come on to start an inning in relief and given up a home run to the first batter he's faced. That's happened twice. And he's got the dangerous Arenado in the box here to start the 9th. Fastball's a strike, 0-1. Arenado began today with an 8-game hitting streak, but so far 0 for 3.
Well, you look up at that line score. Rockies no runs on 2 hits. D-backs no runs on 6. These are 2 of the best offenses in all of Major League Baseball.
High fly ball, pretty deep right field, but playable for Peralta. He's got it. David not quite sure where the wall was that time. He had more room than he thought. And Arenado makes the first out in the 9th. He's 0 for 4.
Right fielder Carlos Gonzalez.
Carlos Gonzalez hitless in 3 at-bats. And again, no shift for the Diamondbacks, but Drury is well back on the grass in short right. Ahmed feet on the grass at shortstop. Slow curveball from Archie, missed. It's 1-0. Keep hearing scouts and player evaluators talk about Archie Bradley as a reliever, and they keep using words like dynamic and elite. That's how good he's been in this role. That's how good the stuff has been. 97 for a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, electric is a word that comes up quite a bit when you talk about Archie's stuff this year out of the bullpen.
And you wonder who is going to take Shelby Miller's rotation spot full time. Torey Lovullo had said this week the need for now is in the bullpen, and that's where Archie Bradley is. But don't forget, they've got Ruby De La Rosa, who's getting close. They've got Jake Barrett, who's getting close. No timeline exactly as to when those guys will be back. But for now, the need is there in the pen. No starter has been announced for that Thursday game in Washington. Doesn't figure to be Archie. It might be Braden Shipley. We're still not sure. Reynolds, who had a big hit in the 9th inning last night, is on deck. 2-2 to Cargo. They've got other options in Reno, of course. We've seen Zach Godley once. We've yet to see Braden Shipley this year. Anthony Bonda could be a possibility, the young left-hander. 3-2 to Carlos Gonzalez. Got him. 97, 2 down.
You heard the pitchers talking earlier about Cargo, real good low ball hitter. That's a belt high fastball inside part of the plate, just blew it right by him.
You know, Archie Bradley, the starter, probably tries to kind of nibble around Carlos Gonzalez, throw some knuckle curves in the dirt, maybe throw a fastball borderline. Not Archie Bradley, the reliever. Challenges Reynolds up and in at 97. Diamondbacks in the home half will have Descalso, Iannetta, Ahmed due up 6, 7, and 8. Right field for Peralta. Bottom 9 coming up. Still scoreless. D-backs and Rockies. Diamondbacks and Rockies are Chaz Roberts, air conditioning and plumbing, cool plays of the game. Diamondbacks pitchers: Corbin, Hoover, De La Rosa, Bradley. 9 scoreless innings, giving up only 2 hits, 3 walks, 12 strikeouts.
Hoover and De La Rosa got 5 outs in this game, all via the strikeout. Archie Bradley comes in to punch out Carlos Gonzalez.
Another electric outing for Archie Bradley. Daniel Descalso leads off the home half of the 9th. Adam Ottavino, the right-hander, out there for his second inning of work. Descalso singled in the second. He's 1 for 3. Including today, the Diamondbacks and the Rockies have played each other 338 times. And only once have the teams played a 1-0 game. That was August of 2010 here at Chase Field. Colorado won it 1-0. Once in 338 meetings. Descalso, the former Rocky, just does get a piece of that slider.
Just get somebody on base there. You've got some base stealing weapons available off the bench.
And Yasmani Tomas, Chris Owings, A.J. Pollock, especially Owings and Pollock, and talking about stolen bases. None of those guys in the starting lineup today. If you're starting to think about pinch hitters or pinch runners. So far, just Chris Herman used off Torey Lovullo's bench. Grounded out as a pinch hitter in the 7th. Slider is ball 3. Iannetta on deck. Nick Ahmed due up after that. To second for LeMahieu. 1 down. Showed you that great Diamondback pitching performance today. 9 innings of scoreless baseball, only 2 hits. Patrick Corbin went 6 1/3, struck out 6. And Patrick now over 500 strikeouts for his career. He passes Wade Miley. Second place all time by a D-backs left-hander in terms of strikeouts. Behind Randy Johnson. He's only about now 1,500 behind Randy.
Sneaking up on him.
Yeah. But Patrick now second all time. Here's Chris Iannetta for 3. Five career walk-off homers for Iannetta. Had one last year for the Seattle Mariners. 1-1. Trevor Story. Diamondbacks' last base hit was Peralta's 1-out single in the 5th inning. It's been quiet. Nick Ahmed now. Nick 0 for 2 with a walk. Pitcher spot up next, and Yasmani Tomas has made his way into the on-deck circle. There's a strike, 0-1. Tomas had a big 2-run double in the 3rd inning last night. He would hit for the pitcher. I say Ahmed gets a base hit, Tomas homers, and we get on a plane to DC. You in?
I vote for that.
Right back to the mound. Adam Ottavino, 2 innings of relief. He retired all 6 he faced. Will play extras at Chase.
Getaway day, Diamondbacks going to the East Coast to Washington, D.C. Well, turns out Archie Bradley's idea of having a dress-up day here on Getaway Day has really caught on. Walking around the clubhouse earlier today, I noticed a lot of stars and stripes, guys. A lot of red, white, and blue in the lockers. And Torey Lovullo says he loves the idea. He just told Archie, told a few guys, run it through a few of the key guys, Paul Goldschmidt, Chris Iannetta, and Jeff Mathis. They were down with it. And so I'm going to expect, guys, that there are going to be some pretty funny pictures of the guys getting on the buses today.
Put them on the old social media, a theme trip. The Ash line called to the bullpen serves up the bartender Tom Wilhelmsen in the first extra inning game this year for the Diamondbacks. 0-0 as we start the 10th inning. And here in his Rockies debut is Ian Desmond, their big free agent signing in the offseason. He's 1 for 3 with a single. He has one of Colorado's 2 hits. Garneau, the catcher, doubled in the 3rd. Desmond singled in the 5th. That has been it for Colorado today. A lot of teams do those theme road trips. Joe Madden's big on that. You know, you dress up, everybody dresses up in pajamas, or you dress like cowboys, or whatever it is. And apparently, since we're headed to Washington, D.C., it's sort of a all-American 4th of July theme for the flight. Did you pack your Uncle Sam outfit?
I didn't get the memo. I got a red shirt on. That's about as close as I'm going to get.
You're the all-American boy from Coshocton, Ohio. Shortstop. Got him. 0-0 in the 10th. You tell me how important shortstop defense is.
Yeah, especially with the leadoff hitter in extra innings. If Desmond gets on, it opens up all kinds of possibilities for the Rockies. But Nick Ahmed makes sure that does not happen. Nice diving play. Quickly gets to his feet and unleashes that vicious throw to Goldie for the out.
1 down in the 10th. Here's the Rockies shortstop Trevor Story, who has struck out and walked twice today. Curveball from Wilhelmsen, and it's 0-1. Giants and Padres are also in the 10th inning in San Francisco. 2-2 ball game at AT&T Park. Dodgers have a 5-1 lead over the Phillies. They're in the 8th in LA. Rockies travel after the game to San Diego. They have an off day tomorrow. Then they start a 3-game set against the Padres at Petco on Tuesday. We'll be at Colorado next weekend. Story, the major league leader, strikes out for the 2nd time today.
Not like him to take a strike fastball. That one down out over the outer third of the plate. Just couldn't pull the trigger.
Garneau's double in the 3rd, one of 2 Colorado hits. We've talked about how good Patrick Corbin was, 6 1/3 scoreless. Bullpen has been dynamic. J.J. Hoover got 2 strikeouts in the 7th. De La Rosa struck out the side in the 8th on 11 pitches. He was sensational. Bradley a 1-2-3 ninth. Now Wilhelmsen's got the first 2 in the 10th. And this is one night after Torey Lovullo had to use 5 relievers: Chafin, Hoover, De La Rosa, Bradley, and Rodney. Good thing there's an off day tomorrow. No, he didn't, Marvin Hudson. It's 2-0. The only defenders who are in sunlight right now, Goldie's right on the edge at first base. Peralta, sun's really beating down on him in right field. Everyone else is in the shadow. And actually, that's where he hits it. Peralta coming in, going to have to play it on a hop. Little broken bat bloop. And Garneau has his 2nd hit today. And now Parr will come up and hit for the pitcher.
Pitch hitting for Adam Ottavino, number 8, Gerardo Parra.
Rough night for Parra last night. He tapped back to the pitcher in his first at bat and then struck out 4 at bats in a row.
Yeah. He is hitless in the series. He's punched out 5 times in the series. 274 and 3 homers for the former Diamondback. Kind of figure with the way Reynolds is playing at first base and Desmond back that Parra's playing time might diminish. Here comes Torey Lovullo to check in with Jerry Lane. He's got a left-hander, Chafin, ready in the bullpen. And he's going to double switch him into the ball game.
Yeah, I think we might see Chris Owings come in to play shortstop as well.
We'll sort it out when we come back. No score in the 10th. Morning. We're well into Sunday afternoon, though, and still no run for either the Rockies or the Diamondbacks. Andrew Chafin trying to keep it that way. The 6th pitcher and the 5th reliever used by Torey Lovullo today. Chafin's 12th appearance, a 3.86 ERA, on to face the left-hand pinch hitter Gerardo Parra. Chris Owings checks in at shortstop. He takes over for Nick Ahmed. CO will bat 9th and lead off the bottom of the 10th pitcher spot, now 8th for the Diamondbacks. Torey Lovullo, Bob, in a scoreless 10th inning, not afraid to deplete that bullpen. He's matching up here.
Well, he's got Randall Delgado left available in the bullpen, a guy that can give him some length if necessary in an extra inning ball game. Also TJ McFarland from the left side, and I guess you could go to Rodney if you had to, but I know he'd like to stay away from him after 34 pitches in the ball game last night.
Garneau at first, 2 down, and it's Parra versus Chafin.
No alternatives for Bud Black. He used his only right-handed pinch hitter Chris Valaika back in the 8th inning. Now all lefties off the bench.
Two 2-0 on Gerardo Parra. Trying a front door slider that time. Parra almost bit, but laid off. Base hit. Garneau stops at second. Chafin came on in the game last night to get a lefty. Blackman gave up a single. Blackman eventually scored. And now he can't get the lefty today either, as Parra singles up the middle. And speaking of Charlie Blackman, he's the hitter. 2 on and 2 out in a scoreless 10th. Here comes Mike Butcher. Blackman's hit against Chafin in the 7th last night was kind of a bloop the other way into short left field. So it's not like he crushed it. But that was the one batter that Andrew faced in the game last night.
And we've seen this many times this year. When Mike Butcher goes to the mound, a lot of times the conversation is with the catcher. Of course, he had some words for Andrew Chafin right there, but also was consulting with Chris Iannetta. Want to get their game plan on how they're going to attack Charlie Blackman and make sure everybody's on the same page.
Blackman is 0 for 4. He struck out his last time up against lefty Jorge De La Rosa. Blackman getting an extra chance here in the 10th inning to extend what is a 14-game hitting streak. But hitless so far today. Rockies with only 4 hits, 2 of them in this inning. Good start. Slider, swing and a miss, 0-1. Blackman versus lefties this year, hitting .295 coming into the game today. He's homered twice against left-hand pitchers. Garneau at second, Parra at first. Launches one foul down the right field line.
Strike 2.
Iannetta goes back out to the mound. All the fans on the first base side still in sunlight, shadow on the third base side. Still a very bright sky for the right fielder David Peralta. Oh, and 2. Late time granted by Jerry Lane just as Chafin was about to deliver the ball.
A couple of years ago, the umpires were instructed by MLB not to give that late timeout because of the risk of injury for a pitcher. Once he starts that movement toward home plate, it's very tough for a pitcher to hold up.
Reaches out and bloops one into shallow center, but Hazelbaker is there, and Chafin strands two. Bottom 10 coming up. Here as we start the bottom of the 10th inning in a scoreless tie against the Rockies. Here's who's left. Chris Owings, who was double switched into the game at shortstop, will lead it off. A.J. Pollock in the on-deck circle. He would hit for Hazelbaker against the new pitcher for the Rockies, the left-hander Chris Russin, who can give Bud Black some length. So once you cross Pollock off this list, that's going to leave you with what exactly?
Yasmani Tomas and Jeff Mathis, and of course Mathis you'll want to hold back since you've already used Chris Herman as a pinch hitter. Ionetta's in the game. You want to keep that extra catcher just in case something happens. So Yasmani Tomas really the only bullet left to fire.
7th appearance for the left-hander Russin, who worked 2/3 of an inning in Friday's series opener. Struck out Descalso and Herman in the 7th inning in that ball game. Owings first at bat today. CO hits one right at the first baseman. Reynolds is there. 1 pitch, 1 out. Now Pollock will hit for Hazelbaker. A.J. Pollock. 3-11 and 2 homers. He's hit safely in 5 straight games, 11 of his last 12. And with the way he's been running lately, he can steal himself in his scoring position. Tied with the Reds' Billy Hamilton for the major league lead. He's got 10 stolen bases.
A.J. Pollock walked against Chris Russin in game 1 of this series. That back. That was against Adam Ottavino. Last time A.J. Pollock faced Chris Russin, he took him deep.
That'll work. A.J. last dozen games hitting over .420. Loops one into center. He's aboard. And now the fun really begins. 10 stolen bases. He's the winning run.
Backdoor breaking ball cued right off the end of the bat. Just gets over the infield, dies in front of Charlie Blackmon. Might be a little tougher to run on Chris Russell, a left-handed pitcher. Has a fair move to first base and is fairly quick to home plate.
Peralta singled in the 5th. That had been the last Diamondback base hit before the Pollock single a moment ago. David 1 for 4. Get used to that. Diamondbacks have one walk-off win this year. We all remember what it was opening day here against the Giants. Due for another one. Fastball away, missed. It's 1-0. A ball and a strike.
Now Russell's one of those lefties that can kind of hang in the middle of his delivery and read the runner at first base, but that last delivery to David Peralta was too flat. 2 seconds.
You can't get slower than that. AJ stole third base in the game last night. Stole third base and second base in Friday's series opener. Holding all the way. Peralta hits a high bouncer. LeMahieu charges and collides with Pollock. And AJ heads for third. No, Bud Black is running out onto the field. It would be interference if it's on the runner, obstruction if it's on the fielder. And Bud Black cannot believe it. He's getting nothing from Toby Basner, the second base umpire. Marvin Hudson checks in. Bud, calm down a bit here. Let's have a look.
Entitled to the baseline. AJ tries to avoid contact. LeMahieu actually reached out with his hands to make sure there was contact on that play.
Well, the umpires are huddled up now. They're having a discussion. And they call AJ Pollock out. Toby Basner, the second base umpire, initially said no call. They get together and Pollock is called out.
Stay in the game, AJ.
You don't want to lose Pollock. He pinch hit for Hazelbaker, who started the game in center field. Torey Lovullo gave an explanation from the crew chief, Jerry Lane. You're right, Bob. LeMahieu was the one that initiated the contact, not Pollock.
I think LeMahieu realized it was going to be a tough play to get it out anywhere on that ball. He saw that AJ was close enough to him to make contact, so it looked to me like LeMahieu was the one that reached out to make the contact right there.
Now this is a judgment call by the umpire, so replay review does not enter into it.
It's always reassuring when it's a judgment call.
Apparently is that the runner Pollock interfered with the fielder LeMahieu, and so was out automatically. That was not the initial call, and that's what gets you a little upset. I mean, LeMahieu's nowhere near the baseball, nowhere near the ball, attempting to field it, at least presumably.
Looking at that replay again, I think he realized, I'm not going to get an out on this play. What can we do to possibly get an out? So he tried to reach out and grab A.J. as he ran past, and unfortunately the umpires called him out.
So it's 2 outs. Peralta's at first, and it's Paul Goldschmidt, the hitter. Goldie is 2 for 4 with a pair of singles. Peralta, the winning run. It would be one thing if the ball was directly in front of LeMahieu and he was attempting to field it. That would be one thing. But he reached out and made contact with the runner when he was not attempting to field the ball. He was just running forward. The ball was not in front of him.
Another pickoff attempt at first base. That would be ideal for the Rockies if David would get picked off first and Goldie left standing at the plate here. So David, just shorten up your lead. Always be leaning back to first base. You want to let Goldie swing the bat right here.
Big cut at that fastball. It's 0-1.
Puzzled look on Goldie's face that time. Very hittable pitch out over the plate, up a little bit.
Just a changeup, down 0-2. Struck him out. We'll head to the 11th. Still no score. On for the Diamondbacks, the right-hander Randall Delgado on to start the 11th inning. Randall's 10th appearance of the year. The ERA is near 8. LeMahieu, Arenado, and Gonzalez coming up the heart of the Rocky order, 2, 3, and 4. A.J. Pollock, who thankfully did not get ejected after that overturn call, or I should say overturn no call, remains in the game and plays center field, replacing Hazelbaker. And still boos ringing out all over the ballpark. Here is the Rocky second baseman LeMahieu, who leads off the 11th. DJ LeMahieu, last year's National League batting champion, 0 for 4 with a pair of strikeouts today. 7 hits for the Diamondbacks, just 4 for Colorado. One and two.
And we talked about LeMahieu and his ability and willingness to hit the ball to the opposite field. With that in mind, A.J. Pollock is shaded over several steps into the gap in right center. David Peralta a few steps toward the line in right. There you see the defensive alignment. Straight up on the infield, slightly opposite in the outfield.
Fastball missed. Full count, 3-2. Arenado. Hitless today on deck. Leadoff walk. And here comes Arenado.
You think he's bunting? I don't know if Nolan Arenado's ever been asked to bunt in his life.
Nor should he be. Struck out in the first. He has flied out to right field in his last 3 at bats.
Well, he's got 3 sacrifice bunts in the major leagues. He had 6 as a minor leaguer. None the last 2 years.
Arenado 2 hits in the series, both doubles. He's got an 8-game hitting streak on the line here in the 11th. And has done very well in his career against Randall Delgado. Overthrew that fastball. It's 1-0. Delgado is the guy back there who can give you some length. Bud Black's long man is already in, the lefty Russ, and here comes Mike Butcher to the mound. Not liking what he's seeing from Randall so far. 7 pitches, only 2 of them for strikes. Giants and Padres are still playing. They're in the 12th inning in San Francisco, but San Diego, in what was a 2-2 ball game, has taken a 5-2 lead. It's a final in LA. Dodgers beat the Phillies 5-3. Phil Dine horned with oil and go. Arenado last year led the major leagues in RBIs. He's up there with a go-ahead run at first and nobody out. .98-mile-an-hour fastball is strike 1.
We mentioned throughout the first 2 games of the series, the Rockies don't run a lot. LeMahieu's attempted 1 stolen base. He was successful. That's just not part of their offense.
Second straight 98-mile-an-hour fastball. A ball and 2 strikes. Randall working very quickly here. Fly ball, short left center. Descalso's out there. That's a big out. Arenado 0 for 5. Here comes Carlos Gonzalez, 0 for 4. He has struck out in his last 2 at bats.
Just the crazy nature of this game. A 207 hitter is extremely dangerous in this situation.
Carlos Gonzalez always has lousy Aprils. He is a notoriously slow starter. Starts him off with a first pitch changeup. It's 0-1. Gonzalez just the other day became only the 6th player in Rockies history to play 1,000 games with the franchise. He's in the final season of his contract. Really tried to overthrow that changeup a bit. Gonzalez, a .500 career hitter against Delgado. That one might sneak through. Owings is there from shortstop, but too late to get Cargo. Hit very slowly right to second base, but they had shaded over, and Owings, the shortstop, was the one who fielded the ball.
Yeah, it looked like CO had trouble getting the handle on that ball. Got to it in good shape, just couldn't get it out of the glove quickly enough to get Cargo at first base.
Torey Lovullo saying, hold on, they're going to have a look. Mark Reynolds will be the hitter. You only get 30 seconds to decide, and he's out of time. Clock's at 0. And now he wants a word with Jerry Lane. Torey's first extra inning game as the D-back skipper. Some of this may be procedural.
At the plate, first baseman Mark Reynolds.
No challenge from the dugout. So an infield single for Gonzalez. First and second, one away. LeMahieu at second, Gonzalez at first. Here's Reynolds, who's 0 for 3. He walked in the 5th. Reynolds, of course, had the big hit that tied the ball game in the 9th inning last night against Fernando Rodney. Changeup missed. It's 1-0. 0 for 9 career with 5 strikeouts. Advantage here, Delgado.
One thing about Randall Delgado, when he goes to that changeup in the stretch position with the runner at second base, you can see the grip in his glove. I don't know if it's enough time for the runner at second base, LeMahieu, to relay that to Mark Reynolds at the plate. You can clearly see a difference when Randall's going to throw a fastball as opposed to that changeup. So you don't see any white on the ball in his glove right there. That's the fastball.
97, can't check his swing. It's 1-2.
You see a little bit of white. This should be a changeup.
On the ground to shortstop. Owings, Drury, and they roll it. Randall Delgado gets the big double play ball and sends us to the bottom of the 11th. controversial play that's helped keep the game that way. A.J. Pollock called out in the bottom of the 10th inning in a collision with Rocky second baseman DJ LeMahieu. Rule 601A number 10, failing to avoid a fielder in the process of fielding the ball. Now, in the umpire's judgment, LeMahieu was in the process of fielding that ball, but the baseball was nowhere near him.
Nowhere near him, way to the left that time. It was apparent to me that LeMahieu made a split-second decision that he's not going to get an out on the play. Let's see if we can't confuse the umpires enough to call Pollock out for interfering with a defender.
And the thing, if you're a Diamondback fan, that gets you upset is that the second base umpire, Toby Basner, when Bud Black ran out there, said no call, said nothing. And after the umpires got together, Jerry Lane, the crew chief, called Pollock out after he'd advanced to third base. Bounced over the mound. Story charges and throws out Jake Lamb. Here's one more look. Look where the ball is. Is he in the process of fielding this ball? He's nowhere near the baseball, and he initiated the contact, not Pollock.
Yeah, that's a bad call.
And you can also make the point that Toby Basner, the second base umpire, the one who did not rule anything on the play, probably had the best look at it. And AJ's still going over that play out there. There's Toby Basner, the second base umpire, who was not going to give Bud Black the interference call, but Jerry Lane did. Brandon Drury now. It's an umpire judgment call, so there's no appeal. There's certainly no replay involved. So you live with it, you play on. 1-1 on Drury. Brandon doubled in the fourth. He's 1 for 4.
We hear all the time from the umpires and from MLB, the bottom line is we want to get it right. And why can't you review that play? Because, I mean, we clearly saw that LeMahieu was nowhere near that baseball. Had no intention of fielding that ball. Because if he did, he would have taken a step or two to his left and picked it up and tried to throw out David at first base.
Well, but even if you're looking at the replay as many times as you want, you're still using your best judgment. There's that word again as to whether he interfered or not. But the second baseman was nowhere near the baseball, and they ruled he was in the process of fielding the ball, which is a violation of the rule. As Drury looks at strike 3.
Johnny Cueto quick pitch that time from Chris Russ, and no wind up at all. Just kind of stepped toward home plate and fired that ball quickly before Brandon Drury could react.
That's the key to that rule. Failing to avoid a fielder in the process of fielding the baseball. Here's Descalso, nobody on, 2 outs. Just 7 hits for the Diamondbacks, 5 for the Rockies. We're scoreless in the 11th. Two of the best offensive teams in the major leagues here. And zeros up on the board. That's a base hit for Descalso. He's the winning run. Daniel Descalso, his second hit today, the former Rocky. Chris Iannetta. This is only the 3rd time in the history of Chase Field the Diamondbacks have played a game that was 0-0 after 9. D-backs have played 12 games in team history where that was the score. But that play at second base is going to get looked at over and over if this thing doesn't go the right way.
And of course, you never know what would have transpired had AJ been called safe at second base.
I believe that Jerry Lane was saying that LeMahieu has a right to field the ball. And Pollock failed to avoid the fielder. But that's just guesswork from up here. 1-0 on Chris Iannetta, the D-backs catcher and former Rocky. Chris today 0 for 4. Fly ball near the right field line. Gonzalez has it in the sun out there and will head to the 12th, still 0-0. Back 0-5-0 for the Rockies. Diamondbacks have left 10, Colorado 8. We're in a scoreless 12th at Chase Field, and Ian Desmond in his first ever game as a Colorado Rocky after signing that big free agent deal this winter will lead off the 12th against Randall Delgado back out there for his second inning of relief. Desmond a single in the 5th inning. He's 1 for 4. Oh, and 2. Padres wound up winning their extra inning game in San Francisco to beat the Giants 5-2. Both the Rockies and the Diamondbacks have been shut out once this year. Both times it was by San Diego, which is coincidence, not irony. Dodgers beat the Phillies 5-3.
Anytime you get into an extra inning game, human nature kind of takes over, and guys, even guys that aren't home run hitters, try to hit home runs.
And that's how you end up with 16 inning games.
Yeah.
Desmond strikes out. Delgado got a critical double play ball to get Reynolds to win the 11th, and he opens up the 12th with a strikeout of Desmond.
Good fastball with some late tailing action there. Gets a swing and a miss to a real good fastball hitter.
Kept it down too. Well, here's another dangerous Rocky hitter. It's Trevor Story, who has walked twice and struck out twice. He's got 2 hits in the series, both home runs. Hard to short. Off the glove of Owens, and Story's aboard. Error goes up on the board, E6.
Dustin Garneau.
He hit hard just a little bit to CO's left that time. Tried to field it off to the side, hit the heel of the glove. Actually hit the thumb of the glove. And got far enough away that CO could not recover in time.
Well, here's the guy who's been the big offensive star of the game so far. It's the catcher Dustin Garneau, who has 2 hits, a double, a single. He's 2 for 4. Rockies just 5 hits in the ball game. Slider is in there, strike 1. Oh, and 2.
Yeah, sun and shadows really not a factor at this point for the hitters. Hitter's background is in the shade. Randall Delgado standing in the shade on the mound. A little bit of sun around home plate, but not enough to bother a hitter.
And the only part of the field with that really bright sunlight is in the extreme right field corner. Oh, and 2 on the Rockies catcher Dustin Garneau. Tony Diaz down there coaching in first for the Rockies.
Story only 1 stolen base on the season in 1 attempt. I mentioned it earlier. The Rockies just don't run much. Of course, playing half your games at Coors Field, you definitely don't want to run into outs on the bases.
Got him. 96 from Delgado, his second strikeout, 2 down.
When in doubt, throw the high 4-seamer. Just blew it right by Garneau that time.
Well, Bud Black goes back to the bench. Alexi Amarista will hit for the pitcher Russin. Russin is the guy back there who can give Bud Black some length, but he's going to hit for him here after only 2 innings of work. And it's Amarista who hit that windblown homer in the 7th inning of the ball game last night. He's hitting .350 this year. That home run off Zach Greinke. Got into that swirling wind, and it carried out over the head of Tomas in left. Some a little less riveted to the action than others, but still a good crowd here today. Broken bat. I got one for you while we have a moment.
Okay.
We're in the 12th inning. And according to innings, not time, this is the longest scoreless game in the history of this ballpark.
I believe it.
Scoreless in the 12th, 0-0. Roof's been open all day here. Everything else in baseball is a final except for the night game, which is the Cubs and Red Sox at Fenway, which is going to get underway in about 15 minutes. Story takes off for second, and Amarista strikes out. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Randall Delgado. Bottom 12 on the way. in the bottom of the 12th inning at Chase Field, the series finale. Diamondbacks trying to salvage this one, but still looking for a run. New pitcher for the Colorado Rockies. It's the right-hander Jordan Lyles. It's not gone well for him lately. This is his 8th appearance. He last worked Thursday at Coors Field against the Washington Nationals and gave up 4 runs. Pitched Tuesday against Washington as well, gave up 2 runs. A 9.28 ERA. Randall Delgado, because he can give Torey Lovullo some length in that bullpen, will hit for himself, and here's what's left.
Yeah, in that regard, Bud Black in much better shape with that bullpen. Got 4 available arms down there now with Lyles entering the ball game. Torey Lovullo down to Fernando Rodney and T.J. McFarland out of the pen.
Delgado, Owings, and Pollock will be the hitters. 8, 9, and 1 in the 12th inning. Randall hits it hard, but a nice spinning grab by LeMahieu at second. Was not interfered there on that play, and that's the first out. Chris Owings. Double switched into the ball game in the 10th inning at shortstop. Grounded out his first time up. It's been a big homestand for CO. He's got 11 hits, including 3 homers. And he's knocked in 13 runs. He was the author of the only Diamondback walk-off win this year. That base hit to right field on opening day that beat the Giants.
Hardest sliders I've ever seen at 92. Might have been a cut fastball at 92, but had a lot of movement away from CO.
Well, Lyles, when he was a starting pitcher, was a ground ball guy. Got by with a 2-seam sinking fastball. And he's kind of lost his way over the years. He was a first-round pick by the Astros. Converted into a reliever most of the time last year. That fastball at 97 is strike 2. Got him. Another hard slider or cutter from Lyles. 2 down for Pollock. September of last year, A.J. Pollock and Jordan Lyles, it went a little something like that at Coors. A.J. only played a dozen games last season, but he did hit a couple of home runs. He singled in the 10th. That to set up the controversial interference call at second base. A.J. wound up at third on a ground ball hit by David Peralta. Initially, there was no call by second base umpire Toby Basner. But then that was overruled. Plate umpire Jerry Lane called Pollock out at third on interference. He would have been a winning run at third base in the 10th inning. With only 1 out.
And Goldie and Jake Lamb coming to the plate.
Ouch. Drives it deep center field. That's off the wall. A.J. Pollock, now he's in at second base. Sees the winning run.
just hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark out there at the 413 mark, just to the left of straightaway center field. Inside part of the plate fastball and hammered it out there to the gap. Sounded good off the bat. Oh. Pull that ball another 10 or 15 feet. It's out of here. Game over.
Well, he's the winning run at second base. 2 outs for David Peralta. Diamondbacks can win it right here. Ball 1. Peralta singled in the 5th. 1 for 5. A guy who has been hitting nearly .360 this year against right-hand pitching, including all 3 of his homers. When right-handers have worked Peralta away this year, he's done a very good job of driving the ball to left center field.
Blackman shading that way a couple of steps out in center field, but you can see Trevor Story up the middle. There's a big hole on the left side of the infield.
Fastball missed. It's 3-0. Goldie on deck. Looking for some 2-out magic in the 12th. AJ really dancing around back there. Garneau, the catcher, called time. He was halfway to third. That kicks away from Garneau, and Pollock's at third.
I think that was a strike.
Yes.
Sounded like it just hit Garneau on the shin guard. I don't know if he got leather on that pitch.
Jerry Lane signaled strike.
Oh, he just missed it.
It's a good pitch. Fastball right at the knees. Fastball puts the winning run at third with 2 outs.
Do it again.
Fair's fair after last night. He walked him. Here comes Goldie. Goldie has 2 of the D-backs' 9 hits, singles in the 1st and 3rd. He has struck out the last 2 times he's been up there. Winning run at third base, 2 outs in the 12th. Peralta took off for second. Goldie fouls that one away. It's 0-1. Peralta goes again. Swing and a miss. Sounded like a foul tip. Garneau hung on 0-2. David will stay at second base. play. Able to check his swing. Curveball in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. First base open, Lamb on deck. Two and 2 to Paul Goldschmidt. Full count. Lamb would be next in a 481-foot homer here last night. Three and 2 to Goldie. That was interesting.
95-mile-an-hour fastball trying to come inside on Goldie. Ooh, takes it right near that left elbow.
Steve Foster, the Rockies pitching coach. Got Ian Desmond, the left fielder, coming in to check with the shortstop Trevor Story. They get together for a moment. Desmond back out to his position. 0-0 in the 12th. 2 outs. They're loaded for Jake Lamb. He singled in the first. The only run that matters is A.J. Pollock at third. Ball 1. Ground ball to second. LeMahieu is there from the grass, and he throws him out. Jordan Lyles leaves him loaded. Will play the 13th. Game by innings in the history of Chase Field, and we play on. The D-backs and the Rockies. Charlie Blackmon will lead off the 13th against Randall Delgado, who was out there for his 3rd inning in relief. The 7th pitcher used by Torey Lovullo in the ball game today. Longest game by innings before a run was scored in a game in D-backs history. May 29th, 2001 in San Francisco. You may recall that one.
I believe that was an 18-inning ball game.
Blackmon leads it off. Arubiel Durazo, an RBI single, scored your boy Steve Finley in the top of the 18th.
That was a wild night. I promised the guys we wouldn't even have to go to spring training next year if we finish this game and win. We'll just go to Tucson and play golf for 6 weeks. Well, what a crazy night that was.
Durazo, who got what turned out to be the game-winning hit, replaced Gracie in that ball game. Gracie started at first base, went 1 for 3. Durazo replaced him in the 6th inning. That was a key move by the skipper, Bob Brenly.
Yeah, 12 innings later.
Greg Swindell got the save, 1-0. That was May 29th, 2001, top of the 18th inning. So they played 17 scoreless innings. Delgado has now struck out 4 of the last 5 batters he's faced.
We saw Charlie Blackmon taking some uncharacteristically big swings right there. I mentioned it a couple innings ago. It's just human nature in extra innings. Everybody wants to be the hero. Everybody wants to hit the big ball.
LeMahieu 0 for 4. He walked against Delgado to lead off the 11th. So this is the 2nd time through the order for Randall in relief. What'd Gracie say when you took him out?
I can't remember the exact circumstance. It might have been a double switch. I can't imagine why we would have taken Gracie out of the ball game in the 6th inning unless it was part of a double switch.
The sands of time or something. Randall 34 pitches, 24 for strikes. He's punched out 4. Walked 1. Given up just 1 hit. A cargo single in the 11th. Diamondbacks bullpen has been outstanding in relief of Patrick Corbin, who went 6 1/3 today. Gave up just 2 hits. Patrick walked 2, struck out 6. Ever since then, we've seen Hoover, De La Rosa, Bradley, Wilhelmsen, Chafin. And now the 3rd inning of work for Delgado. 97-mile-an-hour fastball missed. It's 3-1. Arenado on deck. When in doubt, go to the high fastball.
High heater.
3-2.
LeMahieu got a little bit of a zinger that time. Looked like the bottom hand came off the bat. Took a long walk around home plate, still waiting to get back in that batter's box.
A zinger, is that a technical term?
Yeah, it's a medical term. Yeah.
Sure, yeah, it's in the medical dictionary.
You swing so hard and expect contact, and when the contact is not there, sometimes the way your wrists roll over, I don't know whether it's a tendon or what it is, but you get maybe a nerve. You get a real zing up your arm.
Hence the name.
Hence the name.
Entire field now encased in shadow. Lights are on at the ballpark. The roof has been open all day. Reaches out and pokes it to first. Goldie beats him to the bag. 2 down. One more big out to get for Delgado. Nolan Arenado. 0 for 5. He's flied out the last 4 times he's been up there. Getting a couple of extra chances here to extend what is an 8-game hitting streak. Arenado flying out against Delgado in the 11th. Fastball missed, 1-0. Are you in favor of doing some things we saw in the World Baseball Classic, which has been floated around? You can argue about how it worked, but when you got to this point, I want to say to start the 12th inning in the WBC, each team would start with runners at first and second and no outs to try and prevent these long scoreless 18-inning game type deals. And invariably the offensive team would bunt the guys over, and then the defensive team would intentionally walk the next batter to load the bases, so you'd have bases loaded, 1 out every time.
So why not just start at bases loaded, 1 out?
There is that theory. Looper into right center. Peralta has got it. A 1-2-3 inning, 3 terrific innings of relief by Randall Delgado to keep this a scoreless ball game. We'll head to the bottom of the 13th. Brandon Drury will lead it off for the D-backs. One run is all we need. 0-0 in the bottom of the 13th inning. And Brandon Drury leads it off against Jordan Lyles, who left the bases loaded in the bottom of the 12th. Got Jake Lamb to ground out to end the threat. Strike one. Drury, Descalso, Iannetta, 5, 6, and 7 in the Arizona 13th. 0-9-1 for the D-backs, 0-5-0 for the Rockies. High bouncer up the middle. Story spins and throws. And Drury's aboard an infield single. First base umpire Marvin Hudson.
Mark Reynolds immediately pointed at Bud Black in that first base dugout. The high bouncer up the middle. Story spins around with his back to his target. Got off a strong throw right there. Reynolds immediately asked for the guys in the dugout to take a look at it.
Headsets are going on.
He might have beat that. Very close, but it looked like, as always, the ball has to be in the back of the first baseman's glove.
Marvin Hudson, the first base umpire, on the left. Jerry Lane, the crew chief, on the right. Major League Baseball has established conditional 2-minute guideline for the folks in New York to render a decision on replay review. There are certain exceptions, but generally they're trying to keep these under 2 minutes.
Well, they don't even really need the 2 minutes. They just showed it on the big board here, and it certainly appeared very clear that Brandon Drury was down on the bag before that ball was in the back of the mitt.
And the result is in from New York. Safe at first. Winning runs aboard. Second hit today for Brandon Drury. And the hitter is Daniel Descalso, who is 2 for 5 with a pair of singles. Descalso the start in left field for Yasmani Tomas.
See how Torrey plays this one. We know how he values outs in a ball game, but does the same thing still hold true in the bottom of the 13th of a scoreless game?
You've got Chris Iannetta, the on-deck hitter, pitcher spot behind him, and you're running out of pinch hitters. Got 1 or 2 guys back there, but there's not much to choose from. Drury takes off, and Descalso fouls that away.
I was just thinking the same thing. If you don't like to give up outs via the sacrifice bunt, another way to stay out of the double play, maybe move that guy from first to third, is to play a little hit and run. Unfortunately, not a good enough pitch for Descalso to do anything with that time.
Dave McKay coaching at first. Garneau, the catcher, checking that cheat sheet on his arm. 0-2 to Daniel Descalso. Drury holds. Descalso hits a high drive. Deep right field. Way back. It's in the pool. The former Rocky walks it off. The second walk-off win this year for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Chris Owings on opening day. And here on this final day of April, Daniel Descalso, a splashdown, his first career walk-off homer.
We got a cement mixer slider right in the middle of the plate. Nice quick defensive swing by Daniel Descalso, but he barrels it up to the pool out in right center field. Nice going.
There it is. Descalso wins it for the Diamondbacks as they salvage the series finale in 13 innings. Terrific job by Randall Delgado, who pitched 3 scoreless innings of relief. Delgado, deservedly so, will get the win. And the post-game hijinks are ready. Jody Jackson will be talking to Daniel Descalso in just a moment. Jody's going to have to be on top of her game here. Watch out behind you, Jody.
I have to ask, what did you...
Look out.
Thanks for the warning, though, Steve. I appreciate that.
You bet.
I have to imagine that's cold and wet, doesn't feel great, but it must feel terrific for your first career walk-off.
Yeah, that feels pretty good. It didn't seem like anybody wanted to win this game today, but we'll take it any way we can get it.
That's perseverance for sure. Can I ask you what your manager wanted to tell you right there?
No, that's between me and him.
Okay, that's okay. I thought I'd ask, but certainly, like you said, this was the longest scoreless game by innings ever in this building. And what does it take to win a game like this when you're maybe frustrated in that dugout? You know, bases were loaded at one point, and you leave them loaded. What kind of character does it take to win a game like this?
Well, it takes good pitching to keep the other team scoreless. So our pitchers did a great job tonight, and just giving us a chance to put us in the spot to come back and win it. So pitching did a great job today.
What was your approach right there in that at-bat?
You know, I'm just trying to get a good pitch to hit. I got down 0-2, so just battling, and luckily he hung a breaking ball over the middle.
For you guys to win a game like this on getaway day and kind of get the momentum back after losing 2 games, how much does that mean to the team?
Well, it's a good win for us. If we lose that game, it's a 5-5 homestand. 6-4 now, headed into a tough Nationals team and against the Rockies again, so it'll be a much happier flight.
All right, Daniel, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, the Gatorade and then the water to wash it off. Daniel Descalzo, the hero here today with the home run to win it for the Diamondbacks.
Jody, thank you very much. Out here at our pre- and post-game set as we prepare for Diamondbacks Live, that charter flight that Jody was talking about should probably be over the arch in St. Louis.
Oh, yeah, you should be. I'm disappointed Jody didn't get the Gatorade shower there.
I'm sure she
yeah. From now on, no more warnings, Steve.
Listen, it was a war of attrition here, but you know what?
Yeah,
you just brought up an interesting mark. 16-11 in April.
5 over 500, and that was what we said on opening day. April was going to be a significant month because it was a tough schedule, and I think they got through April with flying colors, Todd.
All right, we'll take a short break. Our coverage does continue here on Fox Sports Arizona. Diamondbacks Live, the postgame show is around the corner. Daniel Descalzo, what a moment for him. Again, it's for the team, puts it in the pool, and the Diamondbacks win 2-0. We'll come back. Bob Brenly's take from inside the locker room and hear from manager Torey Lovullo when we return.